Good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock, so we're going to start on time. Thank you for being here at the Sammamish City Council retreat on February 8th. Thank you. It'll be the 8th all day, in fact. So my role for right this second is to suggest that, first of all, as we try to talk to each other into the room, that we're able to use the mics, but you're not always going to be able to, because you're going to be up and moving around. It's going to be a pretty active session, but I'm sure Nancy will go through that with us. My job this morning, my happy task, is to welcome you and to thank you for being here and to braving the weather and just deciding, you know, I'm going to go in anyway. And hang out with my colleagues and my peeps, because that's what we are. We are the people that we have been waiting for. And I kind of want that to land. So think about that for a minute as I kind of go through the rest of the welcome part. I want to thank Nancy for being here to help shepherd us through this process. But I think the thing that's most important for us to accomplish today is that we need to have a fundamental and concrete understanding that we have a structural imbalance with our budget. It's structural. You can't hope it'll get better. You can't try to do little short-term or one-off deals to see if you can extend that runway just a little bit further because something magical will happen. Magical thinking right here. Everybody gets one. So no magical thinking. The idea is to be concrete and determined and really thoughtful about what we're trying to accomplish today, because I really want us to cross the line and accomplish this big idea of moving forward, not getting stuck, not hoping something else is going to happen, not hoping that the legislators are going to give us wonderful tools that will magically be able to deploy immediately. That is not going to happen, because we are the people we have been waiting for. We have to make these hard decisions. Other councils have kicked the can down the road, and it's landed in our lap. There's no more road. We're it. We got to figure this out. But we can. But we can. That's the amazing thing about today. So we know there's a structural problem. We've known about this, you know, in the back of our minds for years. So today what we're going to do is really work out, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? What decisions are we going to make? What guidance are we going to provide so that we can move forward? We're extraordinarily fortunate that we've had the very hard work of 10 residents who gave us a really outstanding plan of options. It's a menu, it's a catalog, it's well-researched, it's solid, there's data to back it up. So we have a process to go forward with and a plan that we can actually move forward on and adhere to. So we're going to review what the task force recommended that we do, and the goal is to agree on what we are going to do going forward. So it's going to be unpleasant and hard. There could be fighting between us all, right? We could have, battles royale to a certain extent. But what I mean by that is that you already know you already know this. You've had the information for quite a long period of time. We need to be getting to that decision point, not the think about it. We have to move out of think about it. We have to move towards, what are we going to do? What are the ramifications? How quickly can we move? There will be hurt feelings. I brought Band-Aids. But we can't be slow. There's a sloth on this. What? But we can't be, that is your spirit animal. Okay. So I think my point is that we don't also have to make this a miserable experience. I'm trying to show that we can have some maybe fun isn't the right word, but we can be thoughtful and creative at the same time and be able to help each other get to the place where we really need to get to. We already have some guardrails around us. We already know what the public wants because they told us with a statistically relevant survey. They told us they want services. They told us that they want a sustainable budget. They told us that it's essential and important for us to diversify our revenue options and that we should find a way to finance expensive infrastructure projects. So we know this. So let's just ground ourselves in what we know. We know this. The other thing I know is that you are the people I want to work with on this. You're really smart. You're really capable. You're really creative. You listen to data. You understand the data, and you use that data to help ground your decisions going forward. So that's what I am excited about today, is what we're going to be able to do together, what we're going to be able to accomplish. And what I'm optimistic about is that we'll be able to really listen to what the other person is saying. Our intent is shared. What we want for this city, we want the best. We all want the best. What that best is may be different, but we want the best. If we ground ourselves in what the public wants, which we know is sustainability of our budget and services, and just a good plan going forward that will sustain us for years, then let's do that. Let's do that hard work, and let's be brave about the decisions that we have to take and make and live with it, because we are the people that we've been waiting for. So I think you guys are ready to go. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. It's going to be really engaging, and it's going to be hard, and we're going to have tough conversations. And I'm looking forward to those, because from those conversations, from that crucible, we learn so much, and we uncover so much that we did not know before. So let's get started on the work, and let's go to public comment.
Okay, we have 2 pre-registered public commenters online. There are no commenters in the room, so I will promote the commenter if they raise their hand and would like to speak. Mary Wichter.
Hi, this is Mary Wichter. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak. I had emailed in 5 topics that I thought were of importance to emphasize today for your retreat and for planning for the work plan and for your budgeting. The first one is Transfer of Development Rights Program. We need to have an in-city TDR program that aggregates density into town center and neighborhood commercial nodes and preserves environmentally critical areas. That's one of your definitions of success under housing. This is a must-do. You've got critical areas with trees, and you need to reduce hazards. Staff has identified this in the work plan and approved it as a docket formally in 2019, but we had to wait for the critical areas work, which got adopted at the end of the year. And the external TDR program with King County has been all purchased up, which helps the Emerald Necklace, and most likely those units will go into the town center. On housing in general, there's a lack of different, diverse, and small housing. For market rate housing across the city. You've heard this from a number of people. And sadly, for all the beautiful work that the Financial Sustainability Group did, I believe they were not allowed to look at the topic of housing. The time to do that is now. I believe it is the single thing that you can do to address your financial sustainability issues and structural problems. Also, for critical areas, the shoreline updates in Title 25 are going to occur. And while you're doing that, you should be looking at what was fixed in the code regulations, and are there process and procedure things that were not fixed in last year of 2024 that need to be addressed? For example, things related to identifying steep slopes and landslide, because there were not code changes made for that. Perhaps there are process ones. And then the state of Washington, the county, and the city need to update your septic and sewer codes. The state had a 2005 code, the county had 2007 code, and the city, we haven't worked on that. The septic to sewer conversions are very important for our city. We're 17% on septics, and they're old and failing and pre-failing at 30 years. Bellevue, Redmond, and Issaquah are less than 5% septics. So that time has come. King County's code is going to be adopted, I believe, this month at the Board of Health. And I know Amy Lamb sits on that and has great interest in that, but we do need to have code changes in our city. And that is a work plan item I've submitted before that staff said would be on 2025. And the last one is the tree ordinance. When I first started speaking in 2015, it had been updated. It doesn't really work. It needs to be revamped. And David Pyle said at the last meeting it would be done in the next 2 years, perhaps. So I see that it's on the calendar for 2026, 2027. Is there any way it could be started in parts earlier through citizen advisory groups? Because there's especially important tree aspects for this city. So that's my input for today. I hope you have a good one. Glad you're doing it in the snow and appreciate this opportunity to talk as always. But these are really key items and we need to get moving forward.
I will promote the second commenter. Mr. Stickney.
Happy snowy Saturday retreat day, City Council, Paul Stickney, Sammamish. And I have to change the start of my comment. What Mayor Howe said was awesome in regards to this structural imbalance of the budget, and Mary Wichter's comment was great. And I want to assert, because my comment is going to be about housing, is that the housing structural imbalance of market rate housing from 500,000 to 1.4 million, and condos and townhouses over that is a far larger magnitude of an issue, not more important, but far larger magnitude. And addressing that, everything Karen said applies to this comment. So I just want to point to a couple of resources besides the email I sent in on this topic. Retake a look at the June 7th, 2018 housing panel, industry panel that came to the Planning Commission. Just an awesome meeting. Also, for those that want to get in the weeds and take a deep dive, go to the Civic Web on November 4th, 2024, and there is a plethora of not just policy, but all the substantial background, including all the pros and cons of meeting market rate housing needs. Now, the last part of the comment is a bit structured. I'd like to talk about what's happened in Sammamish by not meeting market rate needs the last 25 years. Our carbon footprint, resource consumption, road pollutants, emissions, traffic have all been unfavorable. The amount of land consumed by development of large single-family homes was way more than it could or should have been. Tens of thousands of extra car trips on and off the plateau on a monthly or annual basis, as compared to having market rate and affordable housing mostly in centers over the last 25 years. What other topics have been negatively impacted? Financial implications for residents and the city, as you talked about today. Tree canopy, open space, wildlife habitat, streams, fish, stormwater, student generation, suitable and effective transit, community character have all suffered. What do I mean by that? They aren't as good as they could have been. And think about that statement. The largest damage of all, as I see, is emotional damage to some 10,000 or more households that would have wanted to stay in Sammamish had they had the opportunity for market rate or affordable housing. And how would they have felt if they knew that it was intentional not to provide these housing choices that are net positive, authentic, and important to meet lifetime and legacy needs. Appreciate the chance to speak. Have a great retreat.
Okay,
That's
can we
all for
start
public
now?
comment.
We good? Okay. Hi, folks. I'm Nancy Campbell. You may wonder how I got here. If you don't like the end of this day, just blame Rachel. It's all her fault. Because I've worked with Rachel and Vicki before in the city of Tukwila, because what I do is I do leadership and management development. And in that process of that, I work largely with executive teams in the public sector, because my commitment is to improving leadership in the public sector. And part of that's always working with electeds, right? Elected officials. So you'll notice that we're not around a table like you often might be. That's because this is a time for you as public officials to have good conversation, right? This is a time, unlike when you go to a meeting and you've got all these different things you have to respond to really just think out loud, right? So we're going to have a rich day, a day of maybe moving around, as the mayor said, a little more than you're used to doing, but that's what we're going to be doing. But I really, really appreciate the public comment. It's great to see citizens being involved, and it's certainly great to hear the mayor's comment about where we are. So I'm glad you're here. I don't feel good about having to drive up here in the snow, to be perfectly honest. I come from Tacoma, there's no snow down there. But I grew up in snow, so it's okay. But you know, today, and I work with several councils in very similar situations to you, you are more needed than ever. If you look at what is going on at the federal level, there is really potential big changes coming, and you are going to be the potentially last line of defense. So what you do matters more than ever. And let's be honest, citizens, what do they care about? They care about their community. And if our communities do a good job of taking care of each other, we're going to be in great shape. If we don't do that, we're going to be hurting. We're going to be hurting. It's a tough time right now. So here's what I want you to do first before we even really, we're going to talk about the objectives of the day, but then I'm going to get you up and ask you to do a little exercise. Really, this day, as the mayor has said, is about some tough decisions, right? And you're going to find the way I do business is I'm not going to let you out from the tough decisions. I'm going to want you to say, I'm in or I'm out. I'm in or I'm out. Why? Because I think, having looked at the materials that have been given to me, whoa, you've done your homework. I mean, you've done an outstanding job. You got to the community, as the mayor said, and did a survey. You got a good task force, you got good information. You have what you need to make the call. So today, we're going to try and make the call, okay? So we're looking at what this task force, Sustainability Task Force said in their recommendations. You know that. We're going to look at it again. We're going to look at the financial strategy. Staff's going to give you some good information to really help you think about, okay, as the mayor said, you have a structural issue. And trust me, you are not alone. There's nobody I'm working with that doesn't have that. Maybe there's a city or two out there that isn't struggling, but almost everybody has this. It's not that you did anything wrong. It's not that there are some macroeconomic factors that we're not going to waste our time talking about that have created this mess for local government, okay? And it's just where we are today. So we got to deal with that. You got to look at the work plan. Why do you need to look at the work plan again? Because what I'm going to say to you is the worst thing you can do is come out of here not having agreement about the work plan. Because what happens to staff? Here comes a new priority, and it's your job to think big as electeds, and that's great. But you also have to look and say, in this period of time, because government is a long game, it's a long game. Everything we're doing is about the future. You have to think about, in this period of time, what can you do, what can't you do, and if you throw too much more or start swapping things out without reason, the staff will not be able to deliver for you. So we got to get that work plan nailed down. You also want to look and say, so for the work plan, where's your point for input and feedback? So I want to talk about that. And I want you to spend some time actually talking to directors, who are in the trenches, running this, doing this. We want to talk about their work, and we'll do that later in the day. Some agreements about how you're going to work today. I'm going to work hard to get you to agree on process, and you will find, because see, I don't care if you ever hire me again. In fact, I'm older than all of you. I've been around a long time. I'm going to work to get the job done, and if it means none of you like me at the end of the day, I don't care, right? I don't care. What I care about is that you do the best job you can possibly do, because your city is counting on you. And so I'd like to see some agreements about how you're going to move forward, because they need you. They need you more than ever. And then last, the big question always comes up, the role of the council versus the role of the staff. We'll probably be talking about that all day, all day. And both roles are equally important. They're very different. And it's really hard to sort that out in the day-to-day. So, thoughts about this, questions about this before we do something else? Sound like what you want to work on or no? All right, we're in. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to see how fast you can move, how well you think. As adults, adult learners, we can't sit for much past 10, 15 minutes and actually really consume anything. So we have to get up, we have to move around, and what I would encourage all of you to do, if you need to get up, get up. If you don't feel well, leave. Don't stay stuck, because your brain's not going to function for you anyhow, right? So what I'm going to do first is have you come over to the end of the room, and I want you in 2 concentric circles. So you're going to have a circle inside facing out, and you're going to have an outside circle facing in where you're facing somebody else. So just right over there. It's a circle, people. It's a circle.
Oh gosh, sorry.
Get in. It's 1 circle, not 2. So Karen, this way. Come on. Go join that circle. Okay. Okay. We got it. Has everybody got a person across from them? Yes. Okay. This is how this is going to work. Now, this is going to move fast. All right, you're all going to listen to me, right? Listen up, people. What? Listen up. Here, 1 second. You are all going to move very quickly in this exercise. This is not a think it over, mull it over, and that's hard for some folks, but you're still going to have to do it, okay? So I'm going to read a statement, and one side is going to be asked to respond, and you have 30 seconds to respond to that statement. Then we flip and the other side does it, okay? So here's how you do this. When I get done with those statements, both sides are responding, then the inner circle is going to move 2. Not 1, but 2, to the right. Thank you, Karen. To the right, okay? So you're just going to move 2. And we're going to do this until we get through some of the questions. Are we cool?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. You guys are good. You did that very quickly. So, the first question, and we're going to start with the inner circle, listening. And when I mean listen, I mean you listen. You don't say anything. It's only 30 seconds. You can do it. Just listen. Here's the first question. One thing that's going on for me outside of work today that's in the back of my mind is, one thing that's going on in my mind outside of work is, and the outside is going to start talking about that to the inside. Go. Okay, but I'm going to have to go in 2 seconds. You can The other person goes. One thing that is going on for me outside of work today that's in the back of my mind is, inner circle, it's yours.
I started looking at it yesterday and I slept for transfer to the publication desk. I was just in Chicago and I was having in the back of my head.
Inner circle, move 2 to the right. Inner circle, move 2 to the right. Move 2, move 2. Okay.
So you go here.
Oh, all right. Whatever works. Very creative, very creative. Okay, here's the question. The question is, what I find challenging in our current situation is, outside goes first. What I find challenging in our current situation is. The current situation. What I find challenging.
I'm just listening.
Other person goes, what I find challenging in our current situation is inner circle. You're talking. Inner circle, move 2, please. Inner circle, move 2 to the right. Clockwise, going clockwise.
This is like, what's the dance?
Okay, here's the item. A recent failure to act that is keeping us from moving forward is. A recent failure to act that is keeping us from moving forward is, and the outside goes first. A recent failure to act that is keeping us from moving forward is. Time for the inner circle to go. A recent failure to act that is keeping us from moving forward is. Inner circle moves right, inner circle moves 2. Moves 2 to the right, moves 2 clockwise. Inner circle's moving 2. Inner circle's moving 2. We got this. Okay, here we go. A recent action or policy helping us move forward is. A recent action or policy helping us move forward is. Outside goes first. Inside goes, inside goes. A recent action or policy helping us move forward is.
Yeah, my first thought was the budget as well, and I think, especially with the approach that we took of like the gas to the IP, getting this whole system create budget document right from the start, the whole thing. And really emphasizing this cut, but if we cut. This is the level of cuts that we're talking about. It's not just trimming. We already did the trimming. So it really does need to be a step forward, not just taking a step back, taking and hopefully we can tell that story to the community, really communicate that. This is tough. We understand. This is why we're moving in this direction.
So we've got a movement, yeah? Inside circle moves too? They're not moving. Come on, let's move.
I'm back at the same place I started.
That's all right. That's good for now.
Is that the point? Not quite.
Now, a courageous conversation we are not having is. Now, the inside circle's going to go first. A courageous conversation we are not having is. A courageous conversation we're not having is. Outside goes. A courageous conversation we are not having is. To the right. Change of plan, folks, change of plan. Outside circle, move one to the left. Move one to the left. Outside circle goes one to the left. Okay, outside circle goes first. Something we must learn to live with is. Something we must learn to live with is. Outside goes first. Inside circles turn. Something we must learn to live with is.
The fact that I think at least we're never going to hear we have to give the fact that we have to if that our policies but we have to and we have to look at the fallout. So if we don't make progress.
Outside circle, one to the left. Outside circle, one to the left. You're back. We're back. All right.
Oh, I thought you said inside circle.
Outside circle. Sorry. We good? A question that is emerging for me is. A question that is emerging for me is. Inside goes first.
Inside or outside?
Inside. Outside, outside, your turn, outside. Oh, a question that is emerging for me is,
Well, I'll stick with your town center. I think that's actually
In theory, hired by some form of merit process, and you're in there.
capacity.
An elected official. The next opportunity that comes up, you've got a
So 4,000 tomorrow. Tomorrow it's all
okay, last question. The outside's going to move two to the left. Outside, two to the left.
how many spots?
Two. The question is, a big opportunity for us I see is, and the outside's going to start.
I think just potential for what we can do.
That kind of breaks my heart a little bit.
Inside's turn. A big opportunity I see for us is a big opportunity.
I think for me, to your point, we can just no question. I think we can use this as a consent. It's going to just be every couple of years. We have the data, we have the facts. I think it's using that prefrontal cortex to filter all your stuff through so that the right answer comes out your mouth. Because you've actually been working on it in the background this whole time. And so the snow, blank slate, opportunity. I think that's great. For me this time. Well, resets are good. Go in, you check them out, you order them, and they show up.
Okay. Let's just stop for a second. We're done with that, but I want to know any surprises, anything you heard that you didn't anticipate, anything you liked that you heard. What did you hear? Yes. Yes.
Anjali made a really good point that she's been here for a long time, and unlike other cities, she's never seen a layoff.
Excellent. Thanks, Anjali.
The opportunity is that we have the tools in the toolbox.
Well, and I'm going to argue that that's exactly what you've done, because a whole lot of cities did have to do layoffs, right? But you got ahead of the curve several years ago, which prevented that. Nice thought. Anybody else? Mayor?
I felt what I heard was the truth. I felt nobody was trying to hide behind something politically correct. I felt that they were speaking their mind.
That's great. That's exactly what we want, which is an invitation to all of you as staff. You are SMEs. You are subject matter experts. We want that information. We want it candidly, openly, and if you talk too much, I'll cut you off. Just so you know. You got to be concise, all right? Are we in trouble?
No, I just brought out a hand.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay. All right. Anybody else notice anything? Thank you, Mayor. Nice invitation.
I just was really pleased to get staff perspective on different issues and just to hear what's on their mind. They have another perspective on this whole thing that we do in this building. So, and I don't often have a chance to listen and hear from staff like this. I do the odd time in a meeting, but in this scenario, so that was really valuable to me.
Thanks, Roisin. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll do one. I know that I talk plenty usually, so I'll keep this short. But I think it's the opportunity for us to build on the teamwork that is the council and the leadership team, because, and I know you've heard me say this before, but our collective success is our individual success and vice versa. And that we have to be partners in this, and that getting to know each other better builds that partnership and makes it stronger.
Thank you, Scott.
So consistent with the not having layoffs, also understanding that we have a very small staff body is one thing I heard, and that we have many aspirations and dreams as a city of things we want to achieve, but that we also at the same time have things we have to do on a day-to-day basis that are requirements that we perform, functions we perform, and making sure that we are aware of that when we're taking on additional items, that we have a limited capacity with what we can achieve because we have a limited staff body.
Remind me of your name again.
David Pyle.
Thank you, David. Because I don't know you as a city, so I did a little bit of homework, and in my head I went, population's roughly this, that should be 200 to 300 staff, and then said, well, back out police, back out fire, still 200 staff. And then I looked at your staffing and went, what? You are lean. I'm with you, David. You're lean. You know, and that's a consideration that we're going to have to talk about today, because when you don't have resources, you got to figure out how you're going to prioritize. Anybody else? All right, let's go back to our tables. Thanks so much. Awesome. Get rid of this stupid thing. Okay, let's come back to our seats. The mayor's having a blast. And I like it. I'm sorry, but I think you are so spot on that we have to have fun if this is going to work well. Okay, staff members, come on. Okay. So we're here because you want to have a good, healthy community. You want to work in the interest of the community. And there's three things that I saw when I interviewed you as council members that there was muddiness about, almost like you don't quite understand the question I'm asking. So I would like Scott to take just a couple seconds and talk about why are we focused on legal, functional, and what people value? What's the difference? He didn't necessarily know, because I do this, I'm sorry, but he didn't necessarily know I was going to ask him that question. You know, so a little grace.
Thank you, Nancy, and council and staff. May recall that we've had this conversation a little bit before, but these are the things that the legal are the things that we are required to do. I think David was alluding to it when we were over in the circle, but those are the services that we are required to provide by law in order to be a city. Certain things go with that, and so we have to fund those pieces.
What's a good example of that?
An example of that is we are required to provide a prosecutor and a public defender. Mm-hmm. We are required to have police. Yep. We're required to have legal representation. Mm-hmm. It's the sort of requirement of a corporation, if you will. Mm-hmm. And if you want to know a lot more about that, Carrie is more than happy to expand on all those components. But I think those are the baselines, is that when you step back and think about what are cities, primarily their function is, it's those overarching structural pieces. The functional requirements are the things that have to go with that in order to make it happen. And so if you're going to hire staff, you have to have human resources. If you're going to pay staff, you have to have admin, you have to have payroll. If you're going to generate revenue, you have to have some way to bring it in, and you have to be able to plan for that. You have to have someone that is responsible for making decisions, and then you have to have people that are able to carry them out. So those are the functional requirements that go with the legal requirements. And somewhere in there within the functional requirements, some of those pieces you can potentially adjust how much you do of them. But like, for instance, police or fire, those are things that you're required to do, but you can potentially adjust the level at which you do it, right? We could have a whole lot less police and basically have one person on at a time. I'm not saying that would happen, but that's something that you could do as an adjustment, but you still have to have police, right? So those are those sort of legal, functional, and functional that you can adjust. And then the last bucket are the things that are, in general, are very high value in the community, that are very nice to have, and are the things that, for the most part, that the community sees. And those are the things that that when push comes to shove, those are the things that have to go away, right? Because you have to do the first, I'll call them 2.5 bullets. Those you have to do. We have to be able to provide roads, and we have to maintain our roads. We have to be able to, make sure that the streetlights work. Otherwise, the roads are, as we found out during the bomb cyclone, people forget how to drive when there's not actual streetlights. Over and over and over again. So, those are the pieces that most people don't really see from the day to day, but those are the things that have to happen. What they really see for the most part are the public facing side of the city, which is, things that when they're out in the community that they actually see happening or they participate in or they get funding for. So those are what the citizens value, which is a great way to term it, because I think what the citizens value is what all of you on council value and what the staff values as well. I think we all agree on that. So those are the sort of the three, I'll call them 3.5 buckets, because there is that middle bucket is adjustable a little bit, but you can't not do it. So that's really what it boils down to. What do you have to do? What do you have to do because you have to do the other things? What do you need to make that happen? And then what are the things that the community values very highly?
So take parks, for example. Where does it fall?
Parks falls in what the community values very highly, but there is no requirement, or there's no legal requirement, and there's no functional requirement to provide parks.
Okay. It's muddy. It gets muddy and it's hard, and all day long we're going to kind of have to push back and sort through again. Is it legally required? Is it functionally required? If it's functionally required, how much? That's going to be a conversation. So it's okay to say, I don't get this. I don't understand. Why is this required or not that? It's okay to ask those questions. And so I'm inviting everybody to engage in that conversation. The hardest thing you get to do as an elected official, especially in your first couple of years, is try to understand the budget and the fiscal situation of an organization with this many lines of business. It's hard. It's hard for anybody. So, you got to ask questions. That's great. That's what we're here to do today. Any other thoughts on that before we move on? So, I interviewed all of you, and what I want to feed back is what I heard. Now remember, this is what I heard. It means it's not perfect. It may not be accurate even, but I'm going to tell you what I heard. And usually what I'm trying to pick up on is themes. I'm looking for what does more than one council member, preferably a bunch of you, agree on, okay? So that's what I'm going to tell you. And then when we get done with that, we're going to make some agreements about how we're going to work today. And if you do what a lot of folks do, instead of just doing it for today, you'll say, let's do this for the future. And you have a choice always as elected officials. Your choice is, I'm elected by the people. I don't care what anybody else in this darn council does. I'm going to do what I want to do. That's a choice. And it's a stupid one. Just going to say it. You can do it, but it's very ineffective. The research that we have shows that when groups work together and they bring in their differences and they bring in diversity and they bring in a whole way of seeing differently, we get better outcomes, which means that once in a while, not always, you have to function like a team. So you have a choice as a council. Be a team, wrestle with issues, be more effective, or you can all be independent and be less effective. And if you want me to cite the research and stuff, I will give it to you. In fact, if you really want me to, at lunch, I'll give you a nice video on this. I'm stocked with this stuff. Remember, I used to teach, 30 years of teaching at the UW. I got this material. So I hope you'll trust me and say, okay, all right, let's at least think about that concept. So first thing I always ask is, what do you want done today? Because I try to hopefully use your time wisely, because this is very precious time. You all don't get this kind of time to just really talk about things. So notice, I found it was very interesting, nobody talked about the budget. Nobody talked about finance. What you talked about was, we want to work more collaboratively, we want to communicate better, we want time to really discuss issues, deep dive, we want free exchange, we want to appreciate each other. That's what I got. I did not get, the actual technical work of today. I got, geez, it'd be great if we could be more effective with each other. Now, whether that's how you still feel, I don't know, but it was consistent with every person I talked to, some more so than others, but it was certainly, the goal was, how can we work more effectively together? Hence, I'm going to do things to try to encourage that, right? Anything else anybody wants to add to that for outcomes? Is it right? Is it wrong? You always can tell me, Nancy, no, not right. Didn't hear it right. Anything? Karen?
I think what I'm looking forward to is an increased sensitivity to each other and emotional maturity, because there are times when our point of view is not understood, frankly, by other people, but finding a way to move forward anyway, or finding a way to, let go and move on, or figuring out if you really have to come back to it again, to find the right way to do it so that someone can actually hear you and understand what you're trying to do. Because sometimes it's just word choice. I mean, I mix up words all the time. Sometimes really poorly, really poor word choices. But it strikes me as funny and no one else. But I mean, that's kind of the one piece. I mean, you can't coach emotional maturity.
Oh, yeah, you
or
can.
IQ. Oh,
yeah.
great.
Oh, yeah,
Then
you can.
we hired the right person.
You
Thank
absolutely
God.
can. Yeah, the thing you can't coach is IQ, but EQ, absolutely. Emotional intelligence, no question about it. It's a choice. You have to want to be coached, but we can do that. And our brain will change, and we will change behavior. I love, you had a word that we're going to come back to, Mayor, sensitivity, because it's essential. What does it mean? We'll come back to that. Great point. Anybody else? So, this is sort of it's the space that we're going to do the rest of the work in, right? It's what people are wanting, and how we do the technical work is going to see whether or not we can work that way. Now, accomplishments. When I said to you, what have you done in this year? What have you done? I was really happy to see so many of you talk about planning functions, like the comprehensive plan, the climate action plan, the TIP, the financial sustainability plan. Some of you may say, that's nothing. That is so important in government, and you guys just knocked it out of the park. You got a whole lot of it done, and that is what then can guide the staff. It's fabulous, so good on you. You also created efficiencies. I don't know how many years ago, 2 years ago, Scott, staff said, we got to do something, we're going to go off a cliff, and so they started figuring out how to cut, do things, save money. Good on you. And then some of you talked about, something, boy, we don't really talk about these days, do we? The EIB. People are being fired, policies rewritten, agencies closed for even breathing that. But you bravely said, that's a good thing. Good on you. Anybody want to add anything? I mean, if you think about it, for the short period of time I just said, I asked you for this year, right? What'd you do in 2024? That's amazing. Now, it's not that you did all that work in that year. Some of it started before, but you got that done. Others you want to put on the list? Amy.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to add housing to this list. That was something we had talked about. I know it's part of the comp plan, but we've done so much to change regulations to add more affordable and diverse housing.
Good point. And you're right, Amy. Some of this I didn't pull out, like, things like people were talking about some things that are within the transportation plan, so I didn't pull them out, but it's not to say council members did not mention them. This is the ones that I got the most response on. But you've done some really good work on affordable housing, yeah? So I asked some questions about what do you think matters to the residents? Because, of course, that's why we're all here. And it was very interesting. There wasn't a consistent response per se. Pretty much everybody said infrastructure. People want roads. They want their garbage picked up. They want, they want those kind of functional things done, and they expect that. And then everybody pretty much said parks. They love the parks. We live in Sammamish because, look, it's a beautiful place to be. And then public safety came up a lot, whether it was police, fire, and then, of course, emergency services. Those were the things that you said, this is the most valuable thing that people keep talking to us about. Seem accurate? Roisin?
How long does it take a council member to switch on the microphone? I think the other thing that we could add there is that our communities from our survey say that they want more services.
Ah, interesting. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, and it was interesting too, and we'll come to this, but one of the things I heard from many of you is we do not have anything left to cut in services. That's a dangerous cliff. And many of you talked about you don't want to be there.
Well, I think in terms of services, what we hear from the survey is that they're looking for more services provided by private entities. So like more commercial shopping, more maybe a better coffee shop, that kind of thing. So we're not driving off the plateau all the time for every little thing. We don't necessarily want to see big box stores up here, but we want to see more kind of retail services provided. Maybe another doctor, maybe that kind of thing. So it's not services that the city necessarily providing, but that the city are providing the atmosphere in which that could be created.
The infrastructure, because the city has to be involved.
Infrastructure and just that I think more like atmosphere that people are wanting to come here and start a business and provide for the community.
And I'm all for more coffee shops. As I was driving up here wanting my latte, it was not an easy deal. I got here really cranky until I found out you have an espresso machine. Fiscal health. You had a lot to be proud of. No debt. Who gets to say that, right? No debt. That was pretty darn good. And most of you said, look, in the short term, we're in trouble. You say, we've got a problem. In the long term, we don't know. Most of you said, if there's an underutilized service, cut it. At the same time, you turned around and said, don't think there's a lot of those out there. Don't think there's a lot of other, so most of you said we need a short-term solution now so we can figure out how to focus on the long term. We got to figure out this short-term cliff so we can get about how are we going to keep this from happening. And I will tell you that every jurisdiction, I think, is dealing with the same thing. Now, you're all different, so you have different ways you go about it. But, you got the base, your property levy, and you got other taxes you can levy, that you can levy. You don't have a lot of options. And most everybody's in the bind of the long term. If you can't do it fast enough to get off, to not go down the cliff. So you've got this issue of what are you going to do now to get you back to looking at the long term? Anybody want to add anything else about that? Immediate issues. And I said, what are we going to do now, right now? You were all over the place. I don't know what you want to do right now. It was like bing, bing, boom, bing, boom. Okay, so there's no rhyme or reason to this because I just wrote down things I heard, but there was no consistency. A couple folks were all about affordable housing. A couple folks were about the work plan, the finances. Some were about the regional fire authority, doing that. Some with town center, some environmental issues. There was no consistency. Now, the thing that worries me about that is you have got to come in together if you want the staff to be effective and land on this is the work plan for this year and this is what we're doing. These things might be in the work plan, they might not. We'll look at that today. If they're not, you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do about that because you only have a limited pool of resources. Mayor?
So what I like about this list is the fact that this is representational of different people.
Yep.
I love the fact that different people have their own passion, perspective, and project, if you will. And so I love the fact that certain people are willing to go deep into certain areas because I trust them to do it so that I don't have to. And I look to you as being the expert now on that thing because you're really good at it. So it's a shortcut for me on a time perspective because when you say something, I believe you when you say it. So I appreciate the point about coming together and coalescing. But I also appreciate the fact that we are a constellation of different people with different passions.
Absolutely, and those differences will be your strength. And I'm going to say again, you have to figure out, though, where you land in terms of the work for the staff. And you'll do that for this year, and then you'll change it for next year, because next year, some of these things you're going to say, boy, that pushes out X number of years. So you'll keep working on it. It just might not be what you want this year. Priorities. I said, what are your priorities for 2025? What do you want done? Here's some numbers, and the numbers are 3 people were all about finance, 3 were about the work plan, then 2 about the emergency plan, 2 about the transportation plan, and 2 sort of about climate and environment. I put those together. So some consistencies here, but again, I think there's some interesting conversations that have to be had to make this a little tighter for 2025. Anybody want to add or say anything about that? How did I do there? Nope, oop, oop. Okay. All right. Then I asked about what's the best thing to increase revenues? And 6 of you, and I was asking short-term and long-term, 6 of you said short-term is the utility tax, and longer term is the park district. And then some folks said, yeah, we could maybe do something with the public safety district. There were other long-term options mentioned that are very interesting and very good. They didn't have lots of people coalescing around them, but you really had most people saying fix the short term so we can use some of that to start the longer term, to keep going. That's what I was hearing. And then several folks talked about don't cut staff. I heard that several times, don't cut staff. And then I also heard, and not 1,000 little tiny cuts. There's no more little cutting. So mostly what I heard is, you're going to have to take the step of increasing short-term revenue. Thoughts on that, folks? Mm-hmm.
So are we talking about the potential of utility taxes being a short-term fix?
Well, it has
I'm a little confused about short-term, long-term.
Great question. What it does is, yes, it gives you the short-term fix, for the next period, and it also then helps you in the long term. So it does both. But, some of the longer term things, they don't help you in the short term. There's some things around, whoa, if we could do this development issue or bring in more business, yeah, and that's a really long-term issue that will not do the short term. That's the conversations we have to have. Which one gets you where? Other thoughts? The longer term strategy. So I said, longer term, tell me what you need. And the master plan implementing aspects of it was very clear. The town center, a couple of folks very clear, some kind of public safety levy. And then there were some that were like climate action, emergency response, environmental sustainability. So these were the kinds of topics I was hearing for longer term. And they are longer term, right? Every last one of those has got they're long term. And that's what we do in government. We're a long game, so that's great. If you can figure out the financial fix to get you to be still there. Here's my thoughts. Not sure why I'm here. Boy, have you done your work. You did a community survey, you got together a phenomenal task force of citizens to give you guidance. I mean, you've got data, and you're going to get more today. Staff's going to give you more. It seems to me you know where you need to go. Now, I also see you being all over the map, and yet there's some agreement. You're like, and Mayor's right, it's great to have the diversity of ideas and needs and desires, as long as you can figure out how to let the staff, with the resources they have, manage that and figure it out. I think your staffing levels, you're going to see more information about it. My personal opinion is you're not overstaffed by a long shot. You're probably understaffed. Other thing is you're not working well together as a group. You're not working well together. A few people dominate, and there's some lecturing that goes on. So with that, I would say this. The councils that I work with that I think they're going to bring it home. Here's what they'll say to me. I don't like that person, but it doesn't matter. I agree on certain things. I disagree on certain things. We get the job done, and they do, because I've worked with them in action, and they really don't like each other. Not all, but several. But they get it. They see that the job is always to figure out how we as a group are going to figure out what's the compromise, how do we move this issue forward. You've got some dynamics going on that's not working that way. So the no lecture thing is me saying, some of you tend to dominate, and I'm going to cut you off if you do. Right? Same thing for staff. Anybody does that? Because the thing that I know about what makes groups effective, and the mayor spoke to this a little bit, the thing that I know is that You need the diversity of opinion, but you have to be sensitive to each other. Doesn't mean you have to like each other. It means you have to be willing to really listen and say, is there anything going on there that I need to learn from, right? You're sensitive to each other. Diversity of opinion, all important, but you have to be willing to say sometimes, I am not going to be the leader of the parade. I am going to sublimate my needs. I'm going to compromise, right? Democracy is built on compromise. In the good old days, and I'm old enough to know I actually worked when it worked, we actually compromised always. That's how you got things done, right? So you're going to have to do some compromising today, okay? So no lectures. Again, you want to work more collaboratively, you want to communicate better, so we're going to have to come up with some ground rules to do that. Okay? We're going to have to figure out what's the strategy, how are we going to do that, and not have some of the dynamics that you've had in the past. So, social capital. What we have learned, and you're going to hear just the opposite now, we're going back into the warrior leader, the great man theory, and it's going to come sliding down. The reason we have a disaster with Boeing is because of those very philosophies. Thank you, Jack Welch from GE. He trained all those guys, and look what they did to that company. But what we now know is sensitivity, others, no one dominating, and diversity, which means you have to appreciate those opinions, is what actually gets you good outcomes. And for those of you who don't believe me, I can give you examples where I'm not just talking, it sounds good, I'm talking real dollars. I'm talking money saved, right? There's research that supports this. So that's what we're striving for. How can I listen to you? How can I, understand? Which is so hard because your brain is wired when you're talking for me to start responding. And I'm going to ask you so much to try to say, don't try to respond, just listen. And so sometimes you feel stupid because when there's someone's done speaking, you don't have anything to say. That's good. That's really good. Because you're just chewing. And you all have different personality types. Some of you are introverts. Introverts need time to think. So you will hear me a lot say, we're not going to say anything for a minute, we're just going to think. Because the introverts get shut down because the extroverts tend to think out loud and talk out loud, and so they just move ahead and the introverts get left behind. And we can leave no one behind today. Today we're all in. Okay, so we want to be sensitive to, we have different styles, and that's good, but the style has to be mediated, if you will, so that we can be as effective as possible. Okay. There's a quote by Teddy Roosevelt that I just love. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So when working with other people, I don't have to agree with you, but I have to know that you're at least hearing me. I just have to feel the most fundamental thing to me as people is to be seen and heard. Seen and heard. So you've got to figure out ways to show me that you're hearing me, that you're seeing me. That's the most fundamental thing that we've got to do. Okay. We should probably, we have a choice. We can take a break now, or we can jump into agreements, which is going to take some time and some work. Do you want to take a few minutes and just think? Take a 15-minute break? Let's take the 15-minute break. We'll come back in 15. Okay. So the last thing we want to do before we start diving into data is to develop some operating agreements. So I put up the desired outcomes here, and what I'd like each table to do is to have a quick 5-minute conversation and come up with the operating agreement that you think will most help you achieve this. Okay, the operating agreement that you think. Now, what's an operating agreement? It is not, we're going to act with integrity. That's a principle. An operating agreement is behavioral, right? It's about how we're going to interact with each other. What are we going to do to make that happen? So every table comes up with one, and then we're going to do a fast round robin, and we're going to see where we are, and then we're going to keep going until we get it done. Does that make sense? Okay. Have somebody at each table ready to say, here's what we came up with. All right? Okay, you got 5 minutes. Go for it.
It's the decision point is where you all are always at, generally.
We all care, but to your point about like being a dick, recognizing when you are a dick and just saying, you know what, I was just a dick. And I apologize, can you move on? So give people a way to bury it and move on. Because I don't want people hanging on to it. Because we're all dicks. Yeah, let's make sure we say like that.
Is that like
A lot of use of that word.
Is that like poke the baby? I like that. Okay, we're gonna just poke the baby. Okay.
One of you two will be saying that.
Come on, let's let the communications director.
HR's and admin services.
That's a good propaganda right there.
share reality data part. And then back, so we've got this compelling, like if I have an interesting idea for the concept. Oh, you're my worst. I'm always like the sound of teams. I'm like, I do that. I do that tonight. You don't even like, I'm going to call you. Yeah.
If you're busy on Teams, I'll say, I need to talk, call me when you're
that is something I was working to approach these. My product is trying to sell. I can't lie about the product. The product has to be as advertised, data to back it. I'm trying to sell it. I think if all of us took that approach with each other, they want. I mean, I don't think it all sound like Pollyanna.
What's concerning? Go out and just work with them, find out what it is and see if there's
Yeah.
I tend to write like, yeah, and they're part of it. Or they have to sign it.
2 more minutes.
But also, we have no data to back it. Beyond. That's the hardest part about looking at it. Doing it right. You don't hear it. I'm just like, I'm always waiting for, well, and it's really hard to reach out to a segment of the population that will never hear the truth. Never hear some people that so I'd love to do a meeting in an apartment building. Because they're too busy with jobs and other problems that we never get to hear from people of the Irish of the population. We never hear from representatives.
Neighborhoods
What?
even neighborhoods. Whole neighborhoods we don't even hear from
Ever.
until something happens.
Yeah. So, which is pretty normal for government.
That's pretty
It was really helpful during the Bonsai conference. City Hall was open. And I came for a day. Mayor Karen was here. I said, "Will you stop the coffee?"
Okay, let's come back together.
It was really nice because we just.
Anybody want to offer up their agreement? Or I can just point at people. Okay, this table's going to go first. What do you got?
Okay. Shockingly, I was nominated as the scribe and the person to report out for our group. These are operating agreement ideas.
I want one.
Oh, okay.
Just one. It's okay.
Don't interrupt.
Okay, here's a rule for the operating agreements. You never get started with a negative. So flip it.
We will not interrupt one another.
Ah, lovely. She's so, you chose the right person. Okay, next table. Here.
We will believe the data.
I have a wee thing coming. I can see the bullets now. Okay. That is music to my ears. I worked for years in global health, and I'm telling you, during the pandemic, all I kept thinking is, oh, you're a virologist? Really? You know, I mean, okay, what do you got?
I'm going to consolidate it down to the Ted Lasso, be curious.
Oh, love
which
that.
means active listening.
Be curious. Be curious. Curiosity, one of the most important leadership attributes. Yeah.
Asking clarifying questions, seeking to understand an opinion.
Okay. Okay. Notice what's going on. I say one, you can't stand it. You're all giving me more than one. This is very typical. Okay, so seek to understand. We're going to put that one down too. Now we're going to go back in the reverse order and give me anything else you want to give me. That would mean we're at Scott's table now.
I think one of the other pieces is to encourage more one-on-one interaction, particularly among council. So to learn more about each other.
Okay, learn more about each other. Great. But I have a question. Everything has got to be some behavior that I can see. What does that look like? What does that mean?
I'll look to the table, but what I would say is to actively reach out.
Okay. Okay, next table.
I'm going to synthesize a discussion to say that we are willing to admit mistakes.
Oh, love it. Okay. Carrie?
Come prepared to meetings.
Come prepared. What does come prepared look like? What are the
There's
behaviors?
an agenda packet. Like, be sure you've read it thoroughly and understand going into the meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to read this list, and then if there's anything that's burning, we're going to have to modify it a little bit because you can't remember more 3 to 5. That's about the limit. But we won't interrupt each other. We believe the data. Be curious. Ask clarifying questions. Seek to understand. Actively reach out to other council members. Admit mistakes. Come prepared. Is there anything else you think, oh, in order to get there, we got to do this? Mayor?
I have a question, because I kind of think that a lot of these kind of synthesize down into respect and kindness.
Yes. The challenge for me with that is your respect and my respect might look very differently. My kindness, your kindness differently. So I'm looking for behaviors that I can really identify. You know, so those are good principles, but I don't think they make as good operating agreements because I may have a different perspective. But you're absolutely right. That's what it synthesizes into. Others you want to add?
Participating in the process. We all need to contribute.
What does that look like, Roisin?
Well, meaning that it's not just the same 2 or 3 people speaking. Everyone needs to speak, all 7, or everyone in the room needs to participate because everyone's opinion is important and brings their own perspective to it. So, yeah, so everybody participating and sharing.
The only thing I would add to that is we participate differently depending upon style, right? So just because I'm not speaking doesn't mean I'm not participating. So you just got to be really careful about what I hear you saying is more about not having anybody dominating the conversation. Because I hesitate to say to someone who's an introvert, for example, you got to talk. I'm not saying you're neutral, Kaylee, by the way, I'm just pointing at you. So, and that puts somebody in a very uncomfortable position, so participation can look different depending upon your personality. But do you want to put something about no one dominates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please.
We won't interrupt each other. We believe the data, be curious, ask clarifying questions, seek to understand, actively reach out, admit mistakes, come prepared, no one dominates. That's a whole lot. Does anything be synthesized there? Any of those come together? I'm sorry, Pam.
So I feel like the come prepared, be curious, asking clarifying questions, seek to understand, those all feel very related to me. And we also sort of talked about the whole using the right mechanism, if you will, right? Like whether it's asking questions before the meeting, having, 2s and 3s or more meetings with staff to clarify. So I don't know how we would synthesize those, but to me, those all seem very, very related, right? And critical.
So be curious, ask clarifying questions, seek to understand. Wasn't there another one you mentioned?
Come prepared.
Come prepared, okay.
Those all seem, because if you don't do all of those things when you show up, then I think to Roisin's point, right, that your ability to participate or contribute is challenged.
I really like what you just said about these three. I think the preparation may be a wee bit different, but those three, I think you're absolutely right. They have a lot in common, don't they? So how can we synthesize that into something that's not three separate? Say it. Seek to understand by asking clarifying questions and being curious. Is that good? We'll put that up there. It doesn't mean we're going to land there, but there we go. I'd probably switch these around. I would say seek to understand by being curious and asking clarifying questions, but I'll tidy this up later.
Nancy, can I offer a sort of a...
Thank you, Pam, by the way, excuse me.
A friendly amendment, if I may, to this piece of it. And I think the thing that jumps out to me overall is, and this goes across for everything, is to assume good intent.
Why is that important?
It's important because the clarifying questions should be getting at, I don't quite understand, but I'm assuming good intent, so I want to understand. It gets to the be curious. It gets to the, and this is the relationship piece of if you know people a little more on a personal level, then if you assume good intent, then the questions won't seem like you are challenging it. They more seem like they are clarifying and they're trying to understand.
I think it's a great comment because the challenge for all of us, always, especially people trained in management, is our brain is trained to go, you're saying this, that's a problem, I see it, but this way, and you're off to the races, you don't listen, right? And you always try to problem solve immediately. And a lot of times we shouldn't be problem solving, we should still be excavating, trying to understand, asking questions. We're not doing it because we're jerks, we're doing it because it's the way our brain works. So if you don't have this good intention, which should slow you down, quite honestly, which is what you want to do to your brain. You want to slow it down. Then, absolutely, this becomes easier. Okay, so here's where we are. I'm going to start over here now and say this is kind of number one. Assume good intent if you keep it. Seek to understand. Now we won't interrupt each other and we won't dominate the conversation. Are those separate or are they tied? They're different behaviors, aren't they? Yeah, they're different behaviors. Okay. We believe the data, very different, right? What are we saying there, Rachel? Why did you put that up there?
I think it is that we need to sort of define a shared reality, right? That sometimes things are brought forward and some people will say, well, that's not true and that's not true and that's not true, right? So I think one of the examples they came up with was we have a statistically valid community survey, right? We should all be in agreement that that is a statistically valid survey and that is the data.
Which doesn't mean we won't have necessarily a different perspective.
Correct.
But we honor that that's real. You know, one of the challenges we have right now culturally is there's no facts anymore. There's no data anymore. It's like everybody gets to do their own thing. No, you don't. We can't work that way. Okay, so that's cool. This one, actively reach out, seems to me like that is not necessarily a rule for when you're in meetings. It's a pre-thing. Can I get that off the list? Okay. Assume good intent, seek to understand by asking clarifying questions and being curious. No S on there. We won't interrupt. How do I say that positively? What's the flip of not interrupting, Pam?
Allow others to finish their thoughts.
Yeah. I really think that's the better way to say that, you know, because again, we're not trying to go, we're trying to go, okay. And we're going to blow this, right? There's times we're going to blow it when we're passionate. That's okay. Okay. So. Assume good intent, no one dominates, seek to understand, allow others to finish their thoughts, believe the data. No, I'm going to put admit mistakes next. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot because I make so bloody many mistakes. Okay, getting down there. Let's see what we think. Assume good intent. No one dominates the conversation. Have we gotten rid of that? Have we got that handled when we say allow others to finish their thoughts? Does that work, Roisin? Okay. Assume good intent. Seek to understand by asking clarifying questions and being curious. There's nothing better. Again, one of the most important attributes of an effective leader is curiosity. I always say, if you give me a person who's a learner, I can make them a great leader. If they're not a learner, it's endgame. Allow others to finish their thoughts, admit mistakes, believe the data, and come prepared. What do you think? Yeah. I like that. What do you think, folks? Group process, we always get so much better outcomes, don't we? Okay, one more time. Because this is what I'm using as the guide today with y'all, right? So, you know, what you create, then I have to use. So, assume good intent, seek to understand by asking clarifying questions and being curious, allow others to finish their thoughts and participate, admit mistakes, believe the data, come prepared. Okay, I'll clean this up because obviously my handwriting stinks. But anything else you want to do on this? Because I will use this and I will also stop during the day and say, how are we doing? You know, let's assess. And if you choose to use these going forward, I'm going to say to you, Mayor, that one of your roles is to once in a while go, how are we doing? Hold them up. Because that's the only way you ever get accountability. You know, if you just do this cute little exercise on a retreat, it's a stupid waste of time. I'm hoping you won't do that. Thoughts, questions before, Mike, you want to start getting ready? Because we're going to start moving in sort of the context of where you are right now and giving you some information. We're going to try hard not to have you sitting with data coming at you all the time. We're going to do a chunk of work, look for some kind of process around, do we agree, not agree, take a break, another chunk of work, okay? So if it gets to be too much, do not hesitate to say, forget it, I'm on overload, I can't do this, because that's the only way we're going to know how to pace this. We think we've paced it well, but we don't know, okay? Great work on this, folks. I will clean this up. I'll hang it up, and we will come back to it periodically throughout the day. I'm assuming that I have to sign out of here now, yes? Or are you just going to sign me out? All right. I'll just stop sharing. Solves the problem. Okay. How y'all feeling? Good work, folks. Really good work. Oh, and this is really cool. I'll get this out of the way. I have to say that working with Mike is a dream because the guy just really puts together really good, relevant slides. Not too much, just enough. And on that happy note, Mike, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. Morning, everyone. Mike Sugg, Supervising Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. We have a few slides here, starting with our overview of the current fiscal situation, as well as the task force's work to help us resolve our budget imbalance. We're going to talk about level of service, which Scott already touched on briefly, reviewing some of the slides that were included in your packet. And then we're going to get into a discussion about aligning those service priorities with the revenues that we currently have and may need to take in the future. And finally, look at the work plan, which will include a little activity to close out the day. And you'll note a few areas on the agenda where direction is needed. And we're going to be pausing on those slides, and Nancy will help us facilitate a discussion to get the direction that staff need to move forward. Starting with some background, as we know, the city's budget is structurally imbalanced. Ongoing revenues are not covering our ongoing expenses. To understand these fiscal challenges and how we might resolve them, we brought on a consultant, Baker Tilly, as well as that 10-member community task force. And what they did was validated the fiscal imbalance, as well as came to a solution that achieves fiscal sustainability over 10 years. The task force developed a three-phased approach. The city has implemented its first phase, accounting to $8.9 million in general fund budget reductions, and the second and third phases are what we're going to focus on a bit later today. This graph illustrates the current situation. As you can see, starting with our current 2025 budget, we are upside down. Budgeted ongoing revenues are exceeding budgeted ongoing expenses, and the budget draws from fund balance to cover this gap. Obviously, this is not best practice, nor is it sustainable long-term, so action is needed to course correct and achieve long-term fiscal sustainability. The next few slides are from the presentation from the city manager of the draft fiscal sustainability plan to council back in November 2023. These were some of the factors leading to where we are today. Property tax, which is by far our largest revenue source, only grows by 1% per year, plus the value of new construction. But at the same time, our expenditures are growing, expected to grow at over 4.4% per year. And this is obviously not sustainable. Additionally, the city has significant unfunded capital needs that will need to be addressed. Compared to our peers, Sammamish is by far the most reliant on property taxes. Since this slide was created in 2023, we actually have become more reliant on property tax. I believe we're now up to about 63% of our general fund revenues coming from property tax. At the same time, our city is the least reliant on sales tax compared to our peers. So just a different mix of revenues. Neighboring cities have a more diversified revenue base, including some sources like utility taxes, voter-approved levies, and dedicated funding for other priorities. On the right, you can see that utility taxes make up a significant portion of our peers' general fund revenues. For example, 1/8 of Mercer Island's general fund revenues come from utility taxes alone. And Sammamish is not currently utilizing any of these strategies. Please, Mike.
Part of why that is for Mercer Island is they have in-house water and sewer, whereas we have two different water and sewer districts in our jurisdiction.
That makes sense.
And I should say, people should ask questions as you want to. You don't have to wait till the end of this. Ask them as we go along. Thanks, Carrie.
Council members have previously asked about the feasibility of a vacancy tax and a local capital gains tax. We wanted to make sure to address this. We reached out to MRSC and they provided some information that's included in your packet on page 28. Short answer is that the city does not have legal authority to impose either of these taxes at the moment. We also reached out to our lobbying team, Luke and Nick, and asked, do they see any city revenue bills coming up this session? And what they told me was that there have been no major local revenue bills introduced to date that have a significant likelihood of success. So we'll continue to lobby for our legislative priorities, including lobbying for more progressive revenue options for cities. But at the moment, we are limited by what's currently allowed under state law. In the summer of 23, 10 community members graciously volunteered to help us solve our fiscal challenges. These 10 individuals dedicated a significant amount of time getting up to speed on city finances generally and the city's budget imbalance specifically. They and our consultant considered nearly every possible revenue strategy currently available to our city, in addition to looking at things like cost reductions and reducing the level of services. As part of this, the task force discussed economic development strategies, including the town center, and ultimately decided not to include it as part of their main recommendation. And I think Scott was going to touch on kind of why that was.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And at the time, and as it continues to be, we are actively participating and excited about the prospect of town center. And we continue to work with property developers in town center to try to get the best possible outcome. I think the challenge that we continue to face, and in the current economy right now, is that new construction is slowing down because financing is getting harder to achieve. And so our challenge in looking at what town center could be and hoping for in the future is we don't know when that future is going to be. And so it's hard to assign specific revenue in the near future when we're not sure what that is. The other challenge that we continue to face with town center is that while we will get some bigger chunks of sales tax that are one time, the amount of sales tax that we might get over time consistently is not going to be anywhere near some of those one time for either construction or the sale of new homes. And so year over year, our retail that might come out of town center is not going to be substantial, is not going to move substantially because retail in Sammamish is relatively small businesses. And what really moves the needle are, and I think it was alluded to earlier by somebody, I can't remember who, I apologize, that big box retail is what moves the sales tax needle. And so the community has been pretty clear that that's not something that's desired, which is understandable, but it also means that our sales tax is not going to grow appreciably as part of town center. However, there are some real positives that will come out of town center, and having potential new residents buying goods and services in town is definitely a positive. Having new construction and new homes built and potentially sold or rented out is a positive. However, again, we do not know and can't project out how soon those things are going to happen and in what form. And so that continues to be a bit of our challenge, is that it's really reliant on the property owners in town center to take those steps, and that's not something the city has control over. And so when we look out into the future, we have to be financially conservative about revenues, given that we know what our expenditures are. And so we hope for positive increases in the future, but right now we have to be a little bit conservative in how we're looking at those projections. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Scott. So this task force, after reviewing all of the data, came to 3 potential budget strategies for the city to consider. The task force said the city needed to reduce its expenditures first before asking the community to do its part. So the first strategy here was a $1 million reduction in our budget over the course of 3 years. Since then, the city has reduced its budget, general fund budget, by $8.9 million, going well beyond this recommendation. Next, the task force recommended council use their councilmanic authority to implement a utility tax in 2026, which we'll discuss coming up. And finally, they recommended the city put a Metropolitan Park District proposal to the voters, which again, we will discuss later. On the capital side, they recommended that any excess fiscal capacity generated by these new revenues be put towards capital investment. As mentioned, the city went well beyond the $1 million reduction that was recommended by the task force, amounting to $8.9 million in the general fund for the biennium. This reduction was a result of the items you can see here on the screen, and this number may actually be a bit low, given that there were additional reductions that happened as the departments drafted their budgets to remove those what-ifs. This graph shows the impact of the city's reductions, with the dotted orange line showing where we would have been without any reductions, and the blue line showing our expenditure trajectory now. Note that the 8.9 million reduction is over the biennium, which is why the delta between the lines is about half of that, because it's on an annual basis. And with that short introduction, I will hand it over to Scott, who's going to talk about level of service.
Thank you, Mike. You have to actually push the button in order to get the mic to turn on, turns out. So level of service, as council will know, we've had some conversations about different levels of service most recently, and as we are looking at right now, looking out the window, about our snow and ice response and what that looks like in practice. But I think overall, we have been operating and planning for based on the level of service that council identified all the way back originally in June of 2022, and the direction was to maintain our current level of service. Part of what we did in the budget exercise that we've done over the last couple of years is to try to reduce our costs as much as possible while maintaining our current level of service. So that means we've gotten a lot leaner, but we think we can still maintain that. However, as Mike showed in the previous graph, our revenues are not meeting our expenditures in order to maintain that level of service. And as we briefly spoke about earlier, when it comes to level of service, we have to start with the legally required, and then the what's required to keep up with that legal piece, and then to get down to the adjustable level of service, which again, snow and ice was a conscious choice that we discussed with council during the budget process, and decided to fund a lower level of service for the community as part of being fiscally responsible. There are some other options that we can look at, but ultimately those level of service adjustments don't address the problem. Level of service can be adjusted up or down. However, those are relatively small adjustments and don't address the broader fiscal gap. And so that gets into the not required but highly valued by the community. And so this is where level of service really comes in, is if we want to continue to provide our current level of service across the board, then we have identified that there is a fiscal gap that needs to be addressed in order to do that. And so that's part of today's conversation, is we need to continue to be clear that we want to maintain our level of service. And so if we all agree on that, then the next steps are procedural rather than sort of policy-based, if you will, because we have to do something to be able to fund that level of service. So if you, what slide are we on? Oh, sorry, it's behind me. So just to give some examples of what are legally required, I'm not going to read through these, sort of spoke to these a little bit earlier, but these are the types of things that are legally required. And then next slide, Mike. And these are the things that are functionally required. So when we look around the room and look at our department heads, what you're seeing is all those pieces, along with when you get to the adjustable pieces. These are the things that are adjustable, and you will note that some of these things are, again, highly valued by the community as well as required. And then the last slide is the highly valued pieces for the community. And again, these are things that we hear over and over from council and from the community, that these are the things that make our community what it is. And so this is the same exercise that the task force went through. And the reason we put these up here is the task force looked at the same things when they were looking at their work, and they came out and said, we agree that these are highly valued and we want to continue to fund these, and we would like you to tax us more in order to continue to provide these services. So we just wanted to walk through those. If there are any questions on the specifics of the level of service.
Can we go back and do the first slide, 4 slides back, I think it is. Next slide. Yeah, let's just slow down a little bit, because at least I can't read it quite that fast. I know you all may be much more familiar with this, but just a second for this slide, for the legally required, and Mike, same thing for the next couple, okay? Any questions on this one? Next slide. Functionally required. Next slide. So these are required, but they can be adjustable. How many police you have, how many fire you have, how you take care of your streets, etc. Good God, don't lengthen permit processing times. It's just not a good idea. Okay, next slide. This is the tough one, isn't it, folks? This is what people really value. And yet, often the very thing you don't have funding streams for. Okay, that's great. Any questions about any of those, folks? Okay, let's go forward.
So, as we heard from the task force, and then again we heard from the community survey, these services are highly valued. And the survey showed that, again, I'm not going to read these, I'm just going to leave these here for a moment, but this came straight out of the survey.
So if you were to summarize what you heard from the survey about level of service, what would it be?
That the community wants to maintain the level of service that we have, and they appreciate and value what the city provides.
Okay.
Any questions about any of these pieces on this slide?
And so you can see how this impacts the functions, the services you provide, you know, public safety, infrastructure, stormwater, parks, appearance, keeping it clean. Not surprising, right? And very much aligns with when I asked you what you think the community wants. This is what it aligns very well, right? Parks, infrastructure, safety is exactly what you said.
You want me to? Yeah. So, as part of leading into the next parts of the conversation, we just want to confirm at this point that this is still council's desire to maintain our level of service.
So that's current level of service. Let me understand this. That is the current services you provide, which are funded in the 2025 budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. 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 Thumbs up or thumbs down. Where are you going, folks? Okay, we got a sideways. Thank you, Kent. Up, up. Pam, which way are you going? Up, sorry, couldn't see it. Up, up, up. Sid.
Yeah, if I see on the chart that was provided in the packet, F2 on the work plan is service levels review and recommendations. So we're going to get more information in Q3 and Q4. So could you talk us through what that looks like?
Sure, and thank you for the bridge to the next couple of pieces.
One thing, Sid, which way did you vote? Okay, thank you so much.
That is the bridge to say that if we are going to take the step after the, assuming that council moves forward on a utility tax, the next step would be some version of a voter approved measure. And that requires understanding what our level of service is on some other elements that we do and really being clear to the community about what we do and how much it costs and how often do we do it. And if you were to change it, what would it either save or cost to do something different than that? Because I think that's the important part moving forward about if you were to change the level of service moving forward, what would that look like?
Thanks for saying that, Scott, because that's why my sideways thing was there, is because it's like, okay, really, let's look at, I mean, we know that we live in an amazing place. How do we keep it an amazing place? But at the same time, how do we also be financially sustainable? And how do balance all that out? And then say, okay, reality is, though, to the public, we're going to tax you like this because we're going to do these things. And are they really to the level that they expect, or is it like, okay, hey, we can't do it to the level that they want, but we can do it to here, and that way we only have to tax you instead of 6%, maybe it's 5.5%, or so that's fine tuning it, and that's the only reason why I didn't say, yeah, I want to keep the levels of service as best they are, but at the same time understanding that, no, I'm here to represent the people in the city, and there's all these categories or things that I have to take into account and balance that out and say, all right, here's what's best for the city fiscally, and I'm sorry, you might not get everything you want out of it.
You just really concisely said what we're here to do today, right? I mean, you're exactly right. What you're trying to say, Ken, is here's what we've got now. If you want to maintain this, here's what has to be done in terms of some kind of more revenue coming in, right? And what I love that you said is, and they may not think what you got now is enough. They usually don't, right? They want more. But you're able to say only one thing. This is what we got now. And if you want to hang on to that, this has to happen. If you want more, then it's even something else, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that's what we're here for. Yeah, well said. And it's not an easy thing to do because most of the time people don't really know what services you provide as a city. They only know when they're mad about something. They don't really understand the whole process of what even government's supposed to be doing. There's a lot of bad information out there right now about government. So a lot of people have got misinformation. It's not an easy time to be in an elected position or in a staff role. Yeah.
I think a lot of people mistakenly believe that if their property values are going up, then the city's getting more money.
Very true. They don't understand the split on property values. They don't understand the cap on property values, right? They don't really understand that. Yeah. Some of you said somewhere, and I can't exactly remember where in the conversation that I was listening to this, but one of the things you said, which I think is really important, is whatever you do, you need to communicate it well. You need to communicate well if we're asking for X, Y. And that's not easy to do, but you really have to start remembering that there's a whole level of misinformation going on, and so you're going to have to work doubly hard to get the good information out. Because you're countering stuff that historically, it's always been hard to do your job. It's way harder now. So we're in agreement that we're trying to maintain the current level of service, yeah? Which means you're in effect, and we'll come back to this, we're going to look at the work plan, but in effect, that's what's in the current work plan, correct? Okay. Other thoughts, questions, concerns about this? Mayor.
So a question I do have has to do with communications in terms of providing context so people understand the environment that we're trying to make these decisions in. And I wonder about the trying to convey so much, because you're trying to convey the fact that, no, we've actually looked at this. We've studied it. Here's our data set that we're using in terms of trying to make a good decision here. And we're taking accountability for it. We're on the hook for this. We understand that. And here are the consequences if we don't do it. I think part of what residents don't see until it actually happens is, here's what's going to happen if we don't do this thing.
And to some extent, you put yourself in the bind. You're ahead of the curve of most jurisdictions. In 2023, you started saying, oops, and you got community information. You put together a community task force. You got it all together, and you started making cuts so you didn't have to lay people off, which a lot of jurisdictions didn't do. So to some extent, it's really easy for a resident to look and go, we're good, because you look good. You're going to really have to help them understand what's going on, because this structural deficit is not because you have somehow screwed up. It is bigger than you, because otherwise every jurisdiction wouldn't be dealing with this. And local government in the state of Washington, we don't need a lecture on this, folks. I'm going to say it once. We have a regressive tax structure, right? And we all know that, and that darn structure is what's creating this problem for us, right? So you've done a great job, but Mary, you're so right on. Somehow you have to figure out how to communicate why these things are going to have to change, and there's going to be an increase potentially in taxes and an increase in, different strategies. Pam.
I think also building on what Carrie said, how people don't understand how the property tax works, right? All other taxes are typically a rate, whereas the property tax is an amount and the 1% is just an increase in that total. There's also a huge lack of understanding of where all the taxes go, right? They just see their property tax bill and they don't know what parts of that go to schools versus the county versus the city. And so it's really hard because taxes do go up and they just keep saying, my taxes keep going up. How much more do you need? And they don't really understand. And it's hard. I mean, it's very complicated.
It is. It's very complicated. And I do think that's a great point, that one of the things you've got to do is start helping them understand where their property tax goes. Because everybody thinks it goes right to you. They have no idea that you're not getting the bulk of it. So to explain that is an important part of this process. Yeah? Should I start creating a list of things you have to do? I love this. I like delegating, so I'm just going to start creating my little parking lot of,
And I'm just going to jump in to say that is, a lot of the work that we have been doing, right? So during the budget process, right, staff worked, we can see Vicky outside there in the booth, right, during farmers markets and things like that to try to do that education. And we've been continually doing that work. Sorry.
Which is great.
Go see.
It's absolutely wonderful. I actually really like the idea of being at farmers markets. That's very cool. That's a nice, really interactive way to do it rather than expecting people to go on your website, which they're likely not going to do.
I was going to finish her thought because Rachel's been working really closely with me and Vicky about getting information. Like we had these awesome graphics that showed where the property taxes went. But I think, we talked earlier, like sometimes people just don't pay attention. Like you can't get it.
Only sometimes?
I'm trying to be very nice.
You're being nice. For fairness, we don't either, right? Most of us don't pay attention to some of this, right?
Yeah, so it's hard. A lot of this information is out there. The challenge is how do we get it in front of more people and make them actually consume it, absorb it, and understand it.
I'm not sure you can go that far with the consume, yes, understand, maybe. But you definitely, it's like anything else, right? If it's important, you do what I call 3 different times, 3 different ways, which means you approach in different styles. So the farmer's market, on the web, you have to have different ways of approaching the way different people respond and think. And you have to always look and say, is this array enough? Will it ever be enough? No. But you have to keep ratcheting it up and keep coming back at it.
It's a blobfish. It's a blobfish.
One blobfish. Yep.
Nancy, well, before we move off of this, I just want to remind, and maybe Vicki can help me, what percentage of the overall property tax does the city receive?
Ooh, I was afraid you were going to put me on the spot for that one. I want to go back and double check, but I want to say it's like it's either 15% or 22%. I can get that answer. I do not want to put an incorrect answer out there. It's very minimal. And when we did the farmers market, more than half the property taxes goes to schools. And there was definite surprise when people would stop by and look at our graphics. We had a fun little tool. We had a spinning wheel, and that spinning wheel drew the people into our booths. So it was a great draw. The kids wanted to come and spin the wheel, and then the adults would follow. And we had a lot of questions relating to just our budget, and some of those were, how much of your property taxes goes to school? How much sales tax does the city actually get? Because with a 10+% tax rate, 6.5% goes straight to the state. So that's right off the top. So we get a very small part of property taxes. We get a very small part of sales taxes. And then when you add some of the other questions we asked too was, how many traffic lights do we have? How many street lights do we have? How many miles of sewer pipes do we have? Just trying to educate our communities on just how much infrastructure we actually have to maintain with not 100% of that revenue coming into the city.
What a smart idea, the wheel. That was brilliant. And the question becomes, what other strategies like that, or where can you employ that in other locations? Because that's great. people are starting to realize that most of it's going to schools in your community. They like your schools, right? Yeah, and they want to put money into schools. That gets you off the hook. Carrie.
I did have to Google it, but we had a November 4th, 2024 presentation on 2025 property tax levy. And this presentation said about 14% of the total property tax levy collected by King County goes to fund city services, 62% goes towards schools, and the remaining 24% to King County and various small taxing districts.
Thank you. My first guess was close, then it was about 14 to 15%. So thank you for that validating. I was just going to look it up.
Okay. Well, now this is sort of giving you information. We can take a 5-minute break. Then we're going to come back and we actually start to get to the point where we have some questions that we have to get answered. More information, but more questions to be answered. But the one thing I want to go back and remind you of is, unless you want to change it, we have on keeping the level of service as is, we've got at least 6 yeses. I'm going to just let you do what you want, Kent. You don't have to go anywhere. Just going to say we got 6. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all right.
Cool. All right. We good? Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break.
That's a real 5, not a semantic 5. Just saying.
I didn't know there was such a thing. I need to see Scott and Mike. Scott and Mike. Scott.
Well, more than 5. How about that?
Scott, I need to see you and I need to see Mike. Let's come back together. Let's come back together.
What's my out I'm not helping.
I swear that you
So they go,
coached
that's
the
why
Northwest
I
Women's
kind of-
Leadership
well,
Academy
I
when I was in it.
I did.
Oh my God, I knew it. I was like, I
Share my
recognize you. I
reality.
recognize like the tone of your voice, and some of the things you're saying, and
You are correct. That's right. Okay, let's come back together. Yeah, he left. Never mind. So the next presentation, there we go. Oh, let's see. Well, we're missing Scott. Well, let's just go. He won't mind. He won't mind. So we're going to take a little different approach because we're cooking so far. So if we keep this going, we might even get out early. So we're going to look at the issue of obviously priorities and revenues. We're going to deep dive into the utility tax. Right? 6 of you said we're going to have to do it. We want to find out what does it mean, and do a little bit of quick look at comparison to other jurisdictions, etc. So that's what the deep dive is going to be here, and that's going to be Vicky. Same thing. Interrupt, ask questions. Don't just sit there. If you know it, that's fine. We'll move on. But if you want to ask questions and drop in, do it. Okay, Vicky.
Okay, Mike, if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so as we've been talking about, this is a three-legged stool approach to addressing our fiscal instability, fiscal structural imbalance that we have. So the first step was the city responsibility. That was to do budgetary reductions. And through the 2024 as well as the drafting of the 2025-2026 budget, we did reduce the budget by over $8.9 million. And I want to be clear, this was not fun. This was hard. It was a hard exercise to go through, but we took the responsibility seriously and we did it. Step two, the second leg of that stool, is council responsibility, which is implementing a councilmatic tax, and the unanimous task force recommended the utility tax. And that's what we're going to talk about next. And then we're going to come back to the third leg of that stool, which is the voter responsibility, which is some sort of voter-approved measure, and the recommendations from this task force was the Metropolitan Park District. And then finally, it's the capital investment, right? Using the available fiscal capacity, the existing fund balance above the reserve target to shore up our, because we know we have a lot of infrastructure needs throughout the city. Next slide, Mike. Sorry, it's hard. The slides are behind me. So to talk about what a utility tax is, so a utility tax is levied on the gross operating revenues of the utility providers, what they earn from operations within our city limits. The revenue is unrestricted, meaning we can use it for any lawful governmental services. And it can be applied to all utilities across the board, but the tax rates for electricity, gas, and phone are capped at 6%. The other utilities, water, surface water, sewer, those can be higher than 6%. A utility tax is different from a franchise fee. I know this came up in other conversations, so I just want to talk about what a franchise fee is. So again, a utility tax is on the gross revenues of a utility. A franchise fee it's applied to a utility that's getting the ability to install and maintain equipment in the rights-of-way of the city, and it's typically capped at recovering administrative costs. So we can't just levy whatever percent we want. We recover the administrative costs. The exception is cable. Cable actually allows a 5% franchise fee on gross operating revenues. Cable is the only exception. Otherwise, it's administrative fee capturing, and that's it. And just as a reminder, when the budget ordinance was adopted in November, you did direct the city manager to develop the utility tax on January 1st, 2026. One thing I want to say about the utility tax, because it is applied to the gross revenues, the utility has the ability to either absorb that cost and just capture it in their as part of the overhead for the rates that they charge the utility providers. Most likely what happens, though, is they just pass it on to the city, the ratepayers. So you'll see a bill, you'll see here's your charges, and it'll say here's the city tax, here's the franchise fee, whatever. So most of the time it just gets passed straight on to the consumer, but that is up to the utility to decide. Any questions on that before we go to the next slide?
I have a question. Vicki, do you know jurisdictions where actually the utility doesn't pass it on? I mean, because I think all I know is they always pass it on.
You know, I actually was just looking at my own utility bills, and when I look at my Puget Sound Energy, my Comcast cable, I see city utility tax. So I can see exactly how much my utility tax is. However, I live in the city of Auburn, full disclosure, and city of Auburn provides water, sewer, surface water. They do not break it out. I just see one lump charge for each one of them, so it is combined into that rate. I looked at my bill yesterday and I do not see it listed out.
Okay. Because I've never heard of them not passing it on. They always seem to pass it on.
It's passed on. It's just whether they call it out on the individual bill or which just part of their overhead.
Thank you.
So next slide. So the task force did a lot of work on coming up with what a utility tax could generate. What you see here, the $11 million, it is based off of 6% applied to all utilities. Baker Tilly did this estimation, and the way they did it is they looked at Mercer Island, which is a peer city, largely because it's fairly representative of the mix in commercial and residential, similar to us. They took all of Mercer Island's utility tax revenues, determined the per capita revenue generated for each 1% of utility tax levied, and then they applied that to the Sammamish per capita amount. This is not a perfect methodology. A better way would be to get data from the utilities themselves, which we have asked for, but until they've provided, this is the best estimate we can have. And I do want to be very clear that until we actually start collecting the utility tax, we won't know exactly how much it's going to generate. But given the information we have, I think this is a fair estimate for right now. Next slide. So this is an example of what a 6% utility tax could generate, or let me start that one over. This is what a 6% utility tax on all utilities could be for every household. These are just some examples. So if, for example, the top line, if your household utility bills in total add up to $300 a month or $3,600 annually, you'll pay about $18 a month in utility tax or $216 annually. If you're at the very top end of the spectrum, if your household utility bills adds up to about $900 a month or $10,800 annually, you'll pay about $5,400 per month or $648 annually. So hopefully this will give you some benchmarks that you can go back and take a look at your own utility bills. I don't know if anyone has had an opportunity to do that, to see, calculate roughly where you would fall and how much you would pay in annual utility taxes. And again, we're proposing is like on all utilities. So take all your utilities, add it up, multiply it by 6%. Next slide. Okay, so this slide here, this gives you some comparisons. So I'll start on the right-hand side first. This is a map of King County. It's the left-hand side of King County. It doesn't count the mountain ranges because we wanted to fit this all in one slide. But essentially what you're looking at is the gray area is unincorporated King County. King County as a county does not have the ability to levy a utility tax that is allowable only for cities. And if you look at the cities for King County, there's only 4 cities that do not currently levy a utility tax. SeaTac has a major airport. The other cities are very, very small. And then, of course, there's us. The chart on the left side shows our comparable neighborhood cities, neighboring cities, and the utility tax that they currently levy. These are updated from what the task force had a couple of years ago. These are the 2025 published rates. And you can see that a couple of cities have already changed because, again, we're not the only city facing financial challenges. So Issaquah is actually increasing their water, sewer, and surface water from 3% to 4.5% this year, and it's going up to 6% starting in 2026. And the city of Redmond actually added a utility tax to water, sewer, and stormwater. That was a new tax on those utilities starting this year. So So again, you've seen this slide many times before. This is our current ongoing revenues versus ongoing expenditures. And you can see without a utility tax, those lines have crossed. So starting this year, we are not covering our ongoing expenditures with ongoing revenues. Next slide. And to further illustrate this, so what this slide is this is our existing fund balance and our budgeted fund balance based on a drawdown if there is no utility tax put in place and if we continue same level of service. This does not take into consideration our reserve requirements. This is just simply, this is the money in the bank. So when you see the line that says zero, zero means zero. So in 2030, we are negative. We have about $6.5 million in the bank at the end of 2029, which is below our reserve requirements. Any questions on that before we move to the next slide?
Vicki, what's our reserve requirement?
What's adopted currently is 25% of ongoing expenditures. And we do have some financial policies that we're trying to revise, and we haven't revised those quite yet. But that's the target is 25% right now.
And as you're showing each year and our dollars going down, and then when we finally get to a negative 13.2, that also means that that reserve, that
Reserve
emergency
is gone. Yes, that
And-
is correct.
And by 2029, that's 6.5. Does that mean the reserve is gone there too?
We have eaten into the reserve.
Okay,
So
so
that is
starting-
literally, that's how much money we have in the bank, $6.5 million, that's it.
That's it, nothing else. So probably by
Correct.
2028, we're already eating into the emergency fund at that stage. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And Vicki, if I may, before we move off of this, that 13.2 negative number that's illustrative, but it's not real because at that point we would be reducing to get down to zero because we cannot have an unbalanced budget. The way we're balancing right now is we're using savings, but if there's no savings left, we can't just have a negative budget.
Also, I thought we couldn't actually go down to no contingency reserve based on our financial policies. So
It would require council action.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then, Vicki, as a result of just what Carrie was saying, probably 2027, we would, if we do nothing, we would have like a huge emergency situation, or like financial emergency situation on our hands.
Yep.
Okay.
But I would also say that as my role as the finance director, we cannot let it go till that, right? We have to take action, right? And no action is taking action. No action means the next conversation is we're talking about levels of service.
Pam has something.
When, Vicki, do you think we'll be able to get the data from the utility so we can have a more accurate
We've asked for
estimation?
it. They're not willing to provide it.
Because I know, like in 2025 and 2026, for example, PSE is planning to raise their rates 17 and 20% in those 2 years. So their rates are already going to go up. So I'm just wondering, as we set our percentage, if we had better data, we could potentially adjust our rates to be enough but not excessive. You know what I mean?
We've asked some of the utility providers. The information is not forthcoming. I think the best way we can do is levy the tax and then see how much revenue is actually coming in. I think this is a reasonable estimate given the information. And the other thing I do want to say, Mike is going to talk to this when we get into a low-income rebate that we want to build into this particular, is a lot of utility providers already provide low-income senior discounts. And if the utility is passing that discount on to the ratepayer, the utility tax is also discounted as well, right? So if you have a consumption of $100, just as an example, and you're enrolled in the discount program, and say it's 50%, you're going to be paying $50 instead of $100, right? Because the cost of that consumption is discounted, which means the utility tax is discounted as well.
Does that make sense to everybody? Rachel?
I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that every utility will be raising rates. That is a reality that I don't think can really impede us. And I think the other thing, and Vicki and I have experience with this, doing this in other jurisdictions, is whenever you bring a brand new tax online, you really have to just make some assumptions, do the analysis, and then get through that first year. And so there just is, there's always a limited understanding of how it's going to work when you bring something wholly brand new online.
The other thing you should know is that just every jurisdiction, if they don't have one, they're putting one in play. And the reason is because it's one of the few things you can do right now for your future, for the structural deficit. And every city seems to have a structural deficit. Mayor.
So they're not willing to provide us the information that we'd like to have now. If once we do something, for example, are they required to respond? And do they delay? Do they hop on pop? I mean, what happens?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I mean, if they can delay giving, we're asking a reasonable request. We are not being given a reasonable answer. If we do a utility tax, do they have the ability to delay implementation?
So I want to oddly stand in defense of the utility companies. We have more work to do outreach to them, right? We do. And so I think we have more opportunities to get more information from them. However, we need direction, right, on what that outreach is. And so I don't want anybody to walk away thinking that they're, we're having this big brick wall. But we need this direction from all of you that we're going to be asking for in a little bit in order to go and have those more concrete conversations.
And it's still my understanding that when a city says to utility a tax is going in, they don't get to say no. They must do it. It's not like they can go, oops, no, we don't like it. No. Once you say it's a go, they have to do it.
Also, we can make public records requests for identifiable records from them about the effect of city utility tax.
Yeah. Amy? Yeah. Just some, not all. Yes, Amy.
So when we're talking about discount for people that are lower income households, is that based on King County median income, or can it be actually based on Sammamish? I mean, our median income is much higher than King County.
Yeah, so we actually have a slide coming up that's going to talk about the proposal we have for a rebate program.
Okay.
Pam?
Is it possible, as we start to get more data, that we could adjust our percentage potentially? So for example, if all the utilities are increasing their rate by 20%, maybe we only need to implement a 5% utility tax because we're taxing a much higher number, right? A number that's already 20% higher. Is that something we're considering?
At this point, I would say no, because we have a structural deficit in the next slide. In fact, can you go to the next slide? So I would say no because of this slide right here. So this is an updated ongoing revenues versus ongoing expenditures. This is with a utility tax at 6% starting in 2026. And you can see it only makes us positive for a few years, 2 to 3 years. That's it. And then we go negative again. So a utility tax gets us that short-term bump to get to the third leg of the stool, which is the voter-approved measure, which is the Metropolitan Park District. I would say going anything less than 6% is just going to make those lines cross that much faster. And we need the room because, as we've talked about before with our voter-approved levy, Sammamish does not have a history of voting. So we can't guarantee that the first time we go to the voters, it's going to be a yes vote. We have to have that time built into it to do the good job, to do that research, to do the communication with the community about this is what an MPD will do, this is what it will get you, this is how much it's going to cost. It takes time to do all that communication.
And I think what you're going to find if you talk to other jurisdictions that have already been through this process, that they're going to say their estimates were pretty darn close. That they said we think we need 5% or we need 6%, that what they got in return from the tax is pretty close. So while you don't have complete data, you've got enough data to make a good guess, not just at what you need revenue-wise, but what the tax is actually going to give you. Not perfect, but close.
And I do want to add to that, too, is Councilmember Stewart already called it out that, the utilities are raising those rates, which affects Sammamish as well, because those utility rates are passed on in the bills we pay as a city. So they're not going to exempt us from those increases.
Anything else on this before we move on? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to talk about the low-income rebate program that we're recommending.
Great, thanks, Vicki. Yeah, so to offset the burden on our lower income residents, one of the things that we're proposing is creating a utility tax rebate program. The goal in our research, we know we've looked at a few other cities that have similar programs, is to make this a low barrier for residents to apply, as well as a low burden for staff to administer. So to make things simple, rather than looking at an applicant's tax returns or other documentation, what we would rely on in this proposal is that we would rely on the residents' participation in other low-income programs as proof of their eligibility. So one program would be PSE Help, which is a low barrier program that PSE offers to anyone under the 80% of the area median income. And the city of Issaquah also uses PSE Help in their low income program to verify that a resident or household is eligible. The other is the King County Property Tax Exemption Program for seniors and persons with disabilities. And including this as one of the two verification options would allow us to reach seniors on a fixed income. So under the proposal, if a resident can submit proof that they're part of one of these two programs, which about 800 of our households currently are, then the city would be able to provide a rebate, of course, with other guidelines, like they must have lived in Sammamish for the prior year, things like that. So cities that have a similar rebate setup, they typically provide approximately $100 per year, but of course that's up for discussion. We could provide more if that's the council's desire. It's important to remember that this program, just as Vicki was saying, is for the utility tax specifically. Most utilities have their own assistance program for the utility bill itself. So for example, Samplat offers 70% off water and sewer base rates for those that are under 80% AMI. And as Vicki mentioned, if a resident is receiving a discount on their utility bill, they'll pay proportionately less on their utility tax. So the programs would be working together, assuming that they're taking advantage of the assistance programs offered by the utilities. So just...
So to be clear, Mike, you're saying to make it easier for residents, if you've already qualified for one of these other programs, you're in. You don't have to do anything else.
Right. Makes it easier for residents, makes it easier for staff.
Yeah, very nice. Okay. Other questions, folks?
Can I just add real quick that PSE, I want to really highlight something that Mike said, is PSE is a very low barrier program, and it is for 80% AMI, and we did get the numbers from PSE, and we do see that there is room for more households in Sammamish to get on PSE Help. And so one of the things that we would also do would be to use some of our channels to say, hey, this is, if you qualify, this is something that you could look at too. So we see kind of a dual approach here and some opportunity to probably get more people on, more households, I should say, on that program.
Great. Other questions? Pam? So, am I missing someone? Okay, so we're liking the low rebate program, the low income rebate program. Am I hearing that? We all good with that? We're going to go with that? We haven't figured out utility tax yet, but at least we know we've got the rebate program if we do one. Okay, good. I like going backwards. It works. Okay.
Okay, I'll kick it back to you, Vicki.
Okay, and actually, I think this goes back to Nancy possibly. This is direction needed from council on the utility tax. Implementing utility tax effective January 1st, 2026. The following utilities are listed on the side. Basically, it's all utilities at 6%, includes a low income rebate program. Utility tax would be created through a public process with public hearings on the ordinance. The budget ordinance did direct the city manager to develop the tax and have it implemented by January 1st. And again, looking for direction to come back with an ordinance to create the utility tax.
So, oh, I love that. Oh, people, you're wonderful. How many are in? We've got one, we've got two. I feel like an auctioneer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in, and we have a question. Okay. Pam, go ahead.
So I'm fine with the utility tax. I'd like to see more on the numbers before we lock in on the rate. Just because if they are all increasing, like if PSE is increasing their rates by 20% this year, then we really wouldn't necessarily need a 6% because that's already a much bigger number that we're taxing. So I'd like to see the numbers before we land on a rate.
Okay, that's a proposal on the table, Kaylee?
I think from my point of view, nothing's getting cheaper. So I'm not really sure, like, you know, how much of a percentage and when we could even get those rates. I just don't know if that would, like, what that pickle would put staff into if we were like, well, let's just wait and then, like, kind of guess. Because I think the communication needs to start now. It is 6%. We are moving forward. Let's let residents know.
Amy.
Thanks, Rasheen. I just wanted to thank Scott. I know we had this conversation about making it really clear about how this would affect individual households, because to me, 6% doesn't really mean anything, but when you actually assign dollar values to it, I think that's really important when we communicate that with our residents, that it is a high number, but we're going to be completely transparent about it, and like, add up your numbers and you'll know what's going to happen. And I just really want to make that, like, emphasize that our communication is going to be really important. I just want us to be fully transparent about it.
But you appreciate the fact that 6% is, I think someone said, doesn't mean anything to me, but the numbers, when I see those, now it means something. Great. Roisin?
So I did do the numbers with my utilities. So when it goes up 6%, I'm going to be paying $34.80 more on utilities a month. That's what 6% looks like, because I spend about almost $600 a month on utilities. So that's what my 6% increase will look like right now. And my, as everybody else's, electricity and gas has already gone up. I want to say it's close to $30 already as the beginning of this month. So yeah, so that's what 6% currently looks like.
Thank you. That's really helpful to have a concrete example like that. Pam.
But that, Roisin, that was probably just your gas and electric, right? Not your water and everything. That was all of it?
I dislike this microphone.
I'm sorry.
No,
You want to
that's
trade? I can
that's
trade you this one.
not your issue at all. No, that is gas, electricity, phone, water, sewer, garbage.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Love that. Got everything in there. So we have a good concrete example of what it really looks
Do
like.
I get a
Thank
gold
you,
star?
Roisin. Man, I love people who deep dive into the details. That's wonderful. So what's before us is we have a lot of people wanting the utility tax, same number I think that was when I did my interviews. But now the question is the rate, the percentage. And the staff are saying they think 6% is where you should go. Are we in agreement with that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 5, 2 downs. Okay, 5 up, 2 down. All right. Do we want to have further conversation on this to try to make it more yeses? Here's my other question to you. It's great to disagree. The question that will ultimately come before you is, if you don't agree with your colleagues, are you going to sandbag it or are you going to support it anyhow? And that's going to happen on the MPD too, by the way, the parks issue. I mean, this is a question you have to resolve for yourselves. And you can do both, you know, or, you know, you can do something different. But you have to think about that. Because if you go out there with mixed messages, you're really going to confuse the citizens. You don't want to usually typically have a mixed message. So, any more conversation on this?
Is it okay to ask why those who are not supporting it, why they...
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because I would like to hear, you know, I don't love that I'm going to pay an extra $35 a month. I'm not like itching to do it. It's not something that gets me excited. I don't want to pay it. But I also want the city to be financially sustainable. So I would be interested to hear on what the other side of the argument is. I'd love to hear that.
Thanks. Pam, Kent, anybody?
So I'd say first, it's why I voted kind of sideways on the other one. I think the finance committee, the sustainable committee, finance committee came up with an idea about the budget cuts and the cuts that need to happen. And so as much as I want to believe what I'm hearing, I don't. So just to be straight honest. So I think we're not meeting. and I need to find some answers to that question first.
Can I clarify that, Ken? Which is the part that you say, I don't believe
Well, because
this. I'm not sure what that
the
means.
main objective was to cut the budget by $1 million over 3 years. And when I look at the budget numbers, I see an increase in the budget every year, and it's large numbers of increasing. And so I don't see us decreasing the budget, even though we're saying we're cutting it by $8.9 million. I get that, because if we go all the way back to 2021, that's what the council did to start this process. We cut the budget by $8 million. But that didn't fix the imbalance. So it was in the process to help it so we could push it out further to make the changes. So I don't see where we're yet at a point where I don't want to go out to the public and say, hey, we haven't done our part yet. And on top of, if we haven't, and then say, here's another 6%. And then the second part of that is on the 6%. I'm not sure it should be 6%. Could it be 3%, 4 or 5? Okay, and I don't know what the number is. So in my head still, or in my finance knowledge, which is somewhat limited, is I'm not ready to say, hey, this is exactly what we should be doing right now. I know we need to do something to make it a sustainable budget. All right, I get that. I just don't know if I'm jumping right into 6%, right now, instead of saying, hey, wait a second, I know we need to do it in this year's time period, but it's like, okay, you haven't convinced me yet that this is the right direction we should be taking the city, and then getting the buy-in of the community. Now, to be a little short here, is that if the council says this is what we want to do, then yay, that I agree. Then that's what the council decided. I'm on that council. And I would go out and I would support the decision of the council, because that's what we do. So now how I vote personally, that's my own business.
Right.
When I see the ballot, then I'm going to do what I feel is the best for me personally. But as a council member, I'm going to say, hey, if the council says this is the direction we're going, then I'm all on board and we're going that direction.
Let me try to play that back to make sure I'm understanding. So I heard you say that you have a concern on 2 levels around the tax itself. The first one being you are not convinced that enough has been cut out of the current budget. Correct. The second one being you're not convinced that the percentage of 6% is necessarily necessary. You don't know. You don't feel like you have enough information. Correct. The third thing I heard you say was you'd like more information on those things, but if the council says it's a go, you're going to support it.
Correct.
Thank you, Kent. Pam.
So, yeah, my only hesitation is just the 6%. Like when we look at the graph that shows the imbalance, right? We don't know, like when we do an MPD, we don't know what that's going to do. And I want us to be very careful about how much we implement. And also, when we go out at 6% with everything but cable, we're kind of maxed out. And so we've used up that lever completely. And so for me, I'd like to see more details on the numbers to say, is 6% the right percent? Because we might be able to do 5%. If all the utility rates are going up 17 to 20%, then a 5% tax is going to generate just as much revenue, maybe even more than what we're predicting. And so I want us to be cautious there, because this is the most regressive tax we can implement. And we just increased our stormwater fees quite a bit recently as well.
I'm going to argue with on the regressive. I think there's others that are really regressive too. I mean, we live in a state of so many regressive ways to tax. It's pathetic.
Right.
But having said that, here's my question for you. What I'm struggling with and would like to know more is, what is the information you would like to have? I'm not clear on that.
The estimates that we have are based on...
And how much the tax will bring in?
Right,
Gotcha.
exactly. So,
Okay.
And again, even if you just take the estimates that we have, because that's the best estimates we have, if you add the increases that we know the utilities are planning to apply to those, and you just do that, do we really need to have a 6%? Could it be something less and still generate the revenue that we're looking for?
Question, Vicki, do you have any information that's showing the other, if it was 3, if it was 4, if it was 5, do you have any information on that?
So we do have one chart that shows a 3% starting in 2026 and then bumping up to 6% in 2027. We've done that analysis, but we have not updated the actual projections on what a utility tax could generate.
I'm confused. Didn't you just say you have one that shows 3%?
Sorry, we have a slide that shows what a 3% utility tax would be based on the assumption of $11 million being generated by that utility tax. So what 3%? So if you didn't want to step in at 6% right out of the gate, what a 3% would look like year one, and then jumping up to a 6%.
And what does that do to the overall gap?
It makes us go back upside down sooner than a 6% would. Because remember, if you go back to, Mike, if you go back to slide 30, so this is where the lines cross with a 6% utility tax. It basically gets us 2 to 3 years. That's it.
Right.
So if we went less than that, the lines are going to cross faster.
So if you went 3% the first year, you're saying, where does it start to then, and then you go 6% the second year, where do you go upside down? What year?
I'd have to pull the chart up.
Okay.
So look, I get it. We got to generate the revenue. What my concern is that these estimates are based on rates in the past, and they don't account for the rate increases that we know the utilities are going to apply. So again, if I pay $10 for something and they're going to increase it by 20%, then I'm going to be paying $12. So 6% of $12 is higher than 6% of $10. And so maybe we only need to charge a 5% rate because my bill is now $12 and not $10. That's what I'm asking for. It's not that I think that we need to generate less revenue. It's that I don't know that we need 6% to generate the revenue that we need. And again, we're assuming that we're going to be implementing a parks benefit district in here as well, which is also going to increase people's taxes, and we haven't seen what that does. And so I don't want us to be in a situation where we can't justify to people that we've done the math and that we have that long-term plan. So it's not in opposition to the tax. It's let's try to get better estimates and update our estimates based on the new information that we now have, and make sure we pick the right rate.
Okay, Ken?
And then to my point, if you take the expense line and you drop that to only raising $1 million increment over a 3-year period of time, then the line gets pushed out to about 2032, as would be a guess. But because the blue line then isn't increasing at 2 million, is that, 2.5 million a year, right? So if that's only going up over a 3-year period of time of $1 million, which is, I think, what was recommended.
Respectfully, that was not the recommendation of the task force. It was to make that $1 million cut, right? And we reduced by 8.9. The recommendation wasn't to just grow by $1 million.
And I'm going to say this, on the level of service, you already voted that you're keeping the level of service, so I think, Kent, that's off the table. What's still on the table is, you're going for a tax, what's the percentage increase? Now let me say this, you never have complete data. I mean, some of us really would like to have more, but you never have it. In any policy-making position and staff positions, at some point you have to say, this is good enough. So what I want to hear from Scott, Rachel, Vicki, whomever, what more data can we need? What more data can we get? Because I'm going to still argue, all the time we make the best decisions we can, and it's never perfect data. What else? Anything?
So appreciate that. And Councilmember Stewart, I very much hear what you're saying. I think we can try to either gather or estimate what those numbers would look like. The broader piece that I want to draw everyone's attention to is that the utility tax alone doesn't actually solve the problem. So reducing it down it might get us to the same point in year 2028, but it won't change the fact that we still cross over in 2028. That differential is enough that it won't matter. Even if the utilities raise their rates, that extra revenue won't move the needle in terms of we will be budget upside down in that same year. And I think that that's the piece that I'm struggling with a little bit is the utility tax alone doesn't solve. It just buys us time to do something else. And that something else is what we're going to talk about after lunch. But I think that's the piece that we have to, if we can buy ourselves a little bit more time, I think that's better because, to Vicki's point earlier, ballot measures are far from guarantees. And if we are not successful in that first time, we're going to have to do something different. Now, whether we have enough in our savings account at that point to buy us enough time to try to go back to the ballot, I don't know. We'll have to see when we get there. But I think that's the piece that gives me pause, is that utility tax alone is not solving anything. It is just buying us a little more time to get to that longer term action that gets us to fiscal sustainability for at least a time period of hopefully 5 to 10 years beyond.
And I'm going to tell you, even if you get the parks and it goes, you're still in trouble. You still have got to be working at other options, right? And some of you talked really creatively about, okay, if we do the utility tax, can we take some of that money and start working on those longer term options? Because you at least have some money to do it, and you need to do it, because it's not going to come between these two alone. You have to figure out, you got the base rate and the tax rate, right? And those are your options, or cut services, that's it. So you're still going to have a lot of work to do, even if the best thing happens and this all works. Sid.
So I wonder if one thing we could do is, if we go for the 6% and it does turn out that we get more revenue than we are projecting, my assumption is that those projections assume we're taking the 1% every year. So maybe council could choose not to take the 1% if it turns out we have more money, and we bank that, so that our residents do have a little bit of relief. Maybe that's something we can do with council meeting.
And Sid, I really appreciate that. I think that's always council's option to take a look at that. I think that just to bear in mind the same thing of what I was just mentioning is we are still in that place where we don't have a plan until we get to some version of ballot measure that we are fiscally sustainable. So if we decide to, even if we generate extra revenue, I know there's been, to also talk of how do we fund capital, right? In that meantime, it's not that we would necessarily just spend the dollars. I think part of that conversation with council would be, what are we going to do with those dollars while we have a little bit of extra revenue before we get to that point? And we might want to bank on those and sit on them in case we need to buy time to go back to the ballot again.
And there's nothing I like better than when my insurance company says, that dividend, it's bigger this year. So yeah, if it works out and you're flush, yes, you can do things, and people are really happy when they see that come through.
And I would say, I don't think that we would be in that position, but just to say that in case something happens, we have a lever to pull potentially.
Yep. And you want to have all those options on the table, because, I'm going to go back to my opening. Federal does not look good right now. You're going to be impacted by that if this lunacy continues, and you may be in a much worse position. Pam?
I was just going to ask, for the next slide that you have, Vicki, do we have a version of that with the one after this that shows the drawdown of the ending fund balance? Do we have one that shows that with the utility tax and when the ending fund balance gets drawn down?
I did not prepare one for that.
Okay.
No.
All right. Other questions, other thoughts, other things you want to put out there for conversation? Amy?
This isn't a question, but it's really a comment on how I personally am viewing this. Every council member has, their own opinion, but I don't take this decision lightly to implement a utility tax, because it is a significant amount of money. It looks like it will be at a minimum $300, $250, all the way up to $500 in that slide that we looked at. Mm-hmm. And given how costs are rising across the board, this is a significant amount of money. And I look at the situation from an economic standpoint. I also look at it from what our other government entities are doing. I look at what Samplat is anticipating, and also what our school district is planning for in February. And so for me, I look at it from all that from those perspectives, and that is why the need for the utility tax. I feel like I do need to support this because we have no other options. Mm-hmm. I wish other council members would look at you know, that there are, and I don't, that there are options that council have supported, that other, gosh, I don't even know how to say this in a sort of, in a way that doesn't undermine certain groups. But, you know, there are council members here that are supporting things that like another entity is not doing something that is financially prudent, you know, where they haven't made the cuts, but yet council members are supporting it. And I guess I just want to encourage everybody to look at everything holistically. Thanks.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, I mean, I'm hearing you say, you know, we're not just talking about this. We're talking about everything that's going on in the city. And you got to ask yourself the question, kind of, am I talking out of both sides of my mouth? You know, and that's only you all can decide that for yourselves. I don't know what that is, but I think it's a very valid issue and concern.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that when whatever decisions that we end up making, that they're consistent. If we want to make sure that that our residents are paying the least amount of taxes and burdens, it's not just what we control, our city, it's other things that we have influence over.
So there's things that you can actually, you may not control as a city, but you certainly can speak out and influence. Yeah? Good point. Good point. That's one of the joys of being an elected official. You have some leverage that others do not. Okay, anything else anybody wants to add? Mayor?
Just, this is the rock and the hard place. This is the rock and the hard, this is, you know, why we are sitting in the seats that we are. We cannot hide from this vote. We cannot hope, that we project enough that, I got pushed into this decision. No. You own it. Own it. Own the decision. You're not going to have perfect data. Yep. But don't let perfect be the enemy of the good, so that we cannot move ahead. If you're stuck, get unstuck. Please get unstuck, because you're not going to have your heart in this otherwise.
And it is not to say that you're still not going to have conversations in the future about other things that you're going to have, possible discussions about, can you raise money here, can you cut there? That's going to continue. Okay, I want to ask again, are we staying here? Is this where the vote's going to be 5 yes, 2 no? And this is not the utility tax. I'm hearing I got a 7 on that, right? That's a 7. That's a 7 yes. We're doing the tax. The question is this percentage. And now it's a 5-2. We're going to stay there? Okay. Thanks, Kent. Pam?
I thought I heard that we might get some additional data before we had to make a decision, but which I'm supportive of the tax. I just think that looking across all of those utilities, and since they are all having significant increases, okay, I just want us to
Let me reframe the question then. That's a great point, Pam. I want to know how many people are willing to vote for a 6% tax with the data you have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh dear. All right. Oh, that's right. Okay, so that's a 5. So we have 5 on that. That's a really good clarifying point. Okay, so we got 5 that are saying we're going with the data we have. If you get more data, that's great. I think you're going to struggle to get more data personally. That's just me. Good luck. If you do it, that's great, but it's not an easy thing to do. Am I wrong, staff? Okay, my experience just tells me that's going to be a bugger. All right. I think we should go for lunch, because I think what we have is we have a couple of agreements we've reached. We're going to keep the level of service, okay, as is. We are going to have a utility tax, and it's going to be at 6%. And lunch is there, and I think it has our names on it, yeah? And you had to bring your own drink, or you've got what's on the side table. Lovely. And we'll take, let's take 45 minutes and see where we're at. If everybody's ready to roll, we'll roll. If we need 15 more minutes, we'll take it. So let's take 45, okay?
Check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Sounds like it's turned way down. Check, check. Nope, it's all the way up. Check, check, check.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. We're good.
Okay, for 2 seconds. I have Pop Rocks to give out because you know how we can't have snacks. I'm trying to figure out the best place to hand those out because it might be like if people
I
are
got
stuck,
it.
it's okay.
Because I'm going to review the operating agreements now and say people did really well. And so let's give them a reward.
Okay.
You think?
I hand them to you then.
Okay.
You do that.
Okay. I mean, you could do it too. I mean, I
No,
can.
I don't need to be the one
Okay. Okay. All right.
at all.
Okay.
And so you still have your happy face for
That's
the,
going out soon.
Okay.
Because I'm just thinking, if we get to the MPD and that goes well, or do you think I should do it now?
I would MPD. Do the MPD one.
Okay, because the other option would be do it now when we review the operating agreements.
We're
Just before we did still have one more slide on the utility tax.
Let's come back together.
Band-Aids for hurt feelings.
I'm going to invite you to every retreat I ever do. Let's come back together. Is there a way to take my picture off of there? This is making me nuts. I really don't want to stare at that anymore.
You can just get off leave the meeting.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Maybe I should just leave the meeting. Yeah, I don't have any more slides, so that's fine. Got a little bit more work to do, but we've done really well. But one thing I want to do before we move into the more work is I want to review our agreed upon operating rules. And I want to get feedback from you about how we're doing. We said we're going to assume good intent. We're going to seek to understand by asking clarifying questions and demonstrating curiosity. We're going to participate by allowing others to finish their thoughts. We're going to admit mistakes. We're going to believe data, which doesn't mean we agree with. It just means we have a belief, understand that data matters. It's real. And come prepared. How are we doing so far? Roshin's saying, yes, we're doing great. Anybody else? You're doing fabulous. Come on. You're doing fabulous. So fabulous that you deserve a present, right? You're doing a great job. You're all being really thoughtful. You're asking good questions. You're staying with each other. I mean, it's great. And trust me. Oh, yeah, okay. That's where we're going to make our big savings, right there. Okay. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Thank you.
Okay. But I'm serious. You're doing a really great job. You're just, the way you interact is thoughtful. It's provoking. Good conversation. Good for you. Here's the agreements I hear that we have reached so far. The level of service proposed in the 2025 work plan has been approved. We had 6 yes and 1 maybe. 2, a utility tax of 6% will be levied across all utilities. We had 7 yes to the tax, and we had 5 to the percentage and 2 no's. 5 yeses, 2 no's. Is that accurate? Love it. So we have one more slide, I think, that we need to do to show you the schedule around some of the issues around the tax, and then we're going to change topics.
Yeah, so Mike, get slide 33. Perfect. So what the plan is to bring forward the utility tax to you on the ordinance on February 18th. You'll have the draft ordinance, public hearings on both February 18th, continue the public hearing through March 4th, close the public hearing on March 18th, and then adopt the utility tax legislation at that point. And just to be clear that once the legislation is approved, then staff gets to work with all the communication that needs to go to the utilities about what the tax looks like, and then putting the actual program in place so we're ready to go January 1st of next year.
Any last questions on the utility tax? Go ahead, Pam.
I know we've gotten some feedback from some of the utility providers. Are we doing any outreach before the 18th so they don't feel blindsided again?
Yes.
Expansion, perhaps, a little bit on what does yes mean? All right.
We will reach out to the, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, we're good with yes. Okay. Anything else on the utility tax before we move on? So you've got a little more work to do on this, but not only one down, now we're two down on this list, right? So now we're going to move on.
I think this is me again. So again, as Nancy just said, we've already talked about the city responsibility, which was the budget reductions. We closed out the utility tax prior to lunch, and so now we're going to talk about the third leg of the stool, which is the voter responsibility, which is a voter-approved measure, and the recommendation from the task force was the Metropolitan Park District. So if you can go to the next slide. So a Metropolitan Park District does two things. One, it provides a permanent funding source for parks and recreation, and it's a dedicated funding source that allows the city to not only move the parks and recreations program as they currently exist into the park district, but it also allows for growth opportunities for both parks and recreations, which we don't have right now as a city function. We've seen through the surveys that the community highly values parks and recreation services. That's shown by the 2024 community survey results. We've got the statistics listed up here on this slide. Again, we've heard multiple times that our communities highly value our park system. Next slide, Mike. So this is an example of what a utility tax starting in 2026 and a Metropolitan Park District started in 2029. Again, remember, it's got to be voter approved, so there's no guarantees that would actually go into effect. But this is what the general fund could look like if those two things happen on the in 2026 and 2029. It is one iteration of what could be moved into a Parks and Recreation, an MPD. This is a conservative scenario. So you see that if those two things are put in place, we have financial stability at least through 2034, but you can see the lines are starting to converge. And I will say, I think it's the next slide. So again, task force recommendation to do the MPD. The budget ordinance that was adopted by council directs the city manager to begin the process this year of researching the formation of an MPD. It's not putting the MPD in place, right? It's starting the research for the formation of that. So we're looking for direction to move forward on that research so we can bring back options for you all to consider.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Anybody want to add anything to this? I'm going to open the discussion. Scott, I see you chewing. Is there anything you want to add?
Yes, apologies. So I think the piece that I want to add, and I think it's built into here, is that obviously if the MPD was successful, those portions will be pulled out of the general fund that the general fund currently funds, and that's that gap. I think one of the reasons that we want clear direction from council to come back is there are a lot of different ways that you can set up an MPD. And I think that Vicki saying this is a conservative projection is just that. We don't know necessarily what council would want to include or not include in a prospective MPD ballot measure. And so this was just an illustrative piece to say this is what it could look like, recognizing that there are a lot of decisions still to be made, and we have a lot of work to do in order to lead up to that decision point. And we want to make sure that you all have the data and the analysis available to make decisions when you get to that point. So I think that's the piece that we want to, that's part of what our work will be moving forward, is to start pulling all that together. And that is about a 2-year process, soup to nuts, to get us to a point, an actual decision point. I would also say as part of that, we would absolutely anticipate going out and talking to the community and doing listening sessions about some of those optionalities that could go into that, and really having a robust dialogue before you all ever get to decision point on what it could be as part of that process.
So let me see if I've got this straight. You need 2 years' time to do the work, to basically prepare the package so the council can make the decision to take it out if they choose to go.
Correct, to actually place it on the ballot.
Gotcha, okay.
In the community along.
Okay. Big part of this is that you want to bring the community along. Now, we certainly know that they all love parks, right? You got a lot of feedback on that. You all love parks. Who doesn't love parks? I mean, maybe there's somebody, but but your community where you live is so, the beauty of it is the environment. Not the only beauty, but it's certainly a big piece of it. So what do you want to talk about with this one? Do you want the staff to investigate this? Do you have parameters by which you want them to explore? Yeah, Pam.
So on the conservative estimate, was that mostly just pulling out the capital pieces, or was that some of the operations? And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, Scott, when you say the decision points, is like how much of parks do we put in the MPD? Because I'm assuming there's.
Let's talk about that. That's a great question, Pam. About what are these decision points and what comes out potentially, not for sure, but things that could come out of the city budget.
Yeah, so let me take the first whack at that one. So this chart is reflective of, again, it's a conservative scenario. When the task force did this original scenario, they started with $5 million. We went ahead and did some inflation, and so this is based off of moving $6 million out of the general fund. I can't speak to specifically what that is, if it's parks, if it's recreation, if it's accommodation. This is, again, it's just an illustrative purpose of what it would look like moving out at least partial parks and recreation into an MPD.
Gotcha.
And again, this is where we've got to do all that research to come forward with options for you all to consider.
Okay, because I assume those are sort of the options. It's like capital, operations, capital and operations, capital and part of operations, right? Are those the
and
sort of the
maintenance?
options?
So there's
Well, that's what I think about in operations.
Well, but I want to make that distinction between sort of the programmatic recreation side versus and administration versus maintenance.
Yep.
Year over year maintenance versus capital, and none, all could be included in that depending on what you wanted to do, and depending on, this gives the ability to potentially grow what you might want to see moving forward, depending on what happens. Just as an example, and I know you've heard me say this before, when Big Rock South, if and when we get to the point where it is, we implement the master plan and those pieces are open and available for rental, I think they're going to be very popular. And so we would have to do something different in our operational model when we get to that point.
Right.
And so those were the pieces we also would, I think it would be prudent to look at as we look at the overall approach.
And once we create the MPD, does the amount, is that something we can vary year over year, or is it a fixed thing? How does that work?
It's done through your property tax levy. It's an annual process. So
Okay.
you could adjust the property tax levy accordingly to the level of service you want to provide.
So we could have a certain thing, and then once those open, if we had to make adjustments, we can make them at that time.
Correct.
Awesome.
Kaylee?
Anjali, can you hear me? What are your thoughts? What does this do for you personally?
Well, the good thing is it creates that dedicated source of funding. The other thing it does is it's permanent, unlike the levy, like you're going to be voting on a King County Parks levy fairly quickly, and 6 years comes around very quick. So the MPD, basically, you don't have to go back. So those are the two big advantages.
Not going back is a wonderful thing. Mayor?
I have a different question, but I'm not sure if this is the time to ask it. And I know that there were some people on the Fiscal Sustainability Committee, in particular from the Parks Department, that struggled with this one. But I wanted to just understand why, if anybody remembers, why was that a struggle? What were the barriers?
Great question.
Thank you, Mayor. My recollection is that there was a little bit of struggle around whether or not parks would be fully funded. I think that was the concern, and understanding how the funding source actually worked and what the mechanism was. There was a little bit of confusion around that, and once we had the conversation, the task force did around that, and understood that it has its own separate portion of the property tax, and that the board of the park district gets to set that every year and can adjust it, then that's when the concern over that was removed for at least one task force member.
But it was unanimous at the end to do this third, so.
Sid?
So administratively, I think I remember the MPD has its own board, and then we have the option of that being council or separate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And does staff have a recommendation now, or is that something that is that one of the decision points?
I think that's one of the decision points, absolutely. I mean, we'll have a recommendation for you, but that's one of the decision points.
And you've got lots of different models on that around the state, so you can talk to different, MPDs and say what is working, what's not working. You can gather good data on that. Did you have something, Rachel?
I think the only thing I wanted to add is that all of this discussion, I just wanted to link it back to an earlier point that Councilmember Gupta brought up about this level of service review that we're doing. All of this ties into this, particularly this item, right, as we work to bring the community along. It's important that we know exactly how much it costs to deliver the different services, and that is a big piece of the work plan, and I just want to make sure folks understand all of this is linked, and the lift that is included in figuring out exactly how much each part costs, right, to maintain that sort of thing. So.
Pam?
One question, when I think about, because my first thought is like, I want to move everything into the MPD, right? Like the capital, the maintenance, the operations. But then I think about, as I look over here at Audrey and Anjali sitting next to each other, they work, so your staffs work very well together, right? Like when we have snow removal or when we had the bomb cyclone where the park staff will often help out with public works. Would that be harder, or would that go away if the park staff was funded by a different source?
That's a great question, Councilmember, and I greatly appreciate that for this reason. The stormwater utility we already have, and you'd be hard pressed to ask any of our maintenance folks, like, what's the difference? We track it, and we attribute dollars based on what they're doing, but their day-to-day, there's no difference between a public works maintenance worker and a stormwater maintenance worker.
Great.
If that makes sense. And the same would be true that if the decision was made to have the district be coterminous with the city boundaries and that the council be the board of the district, then we would essentially operate in the same way, and it would be more on Vicky's plate to try to track and make sure the money is paid for. The district would pay overhead to the city, for instance, for office space and other space that it needs to do its work. But otherwise, functionally, it wouldn't really change that much. And for instance, for snow and ice removal, the general fund would pay the district for the use of the maintenance workers during snow and ice removal, and it would be just a transfer between the two.
Because I love that harmony that we have, and it feels like a very efficient working agreement, so I would hate to lose that, so that's excellent.
And we would agree wholeheartedly.
All right, cool, thanks.
So it sounds like you would not lose that efficiency, depending upon which model you put forth.
I think, again, it's totally dependent on the model, but you might be shocked to hear this, but that would be probably, in all likelihood, the staff recommendation in order to achieve that continuity and that part, that clear connection that we have right now. That works really well. And when the teams work together, as they are doing right now, and we can talk about this level service piece just a little bit in a few minutes, but they work really well together, and it's a very cohesive group.
Vicki, can we take it to the next slide? Back to the next slide. Kaylee's already ahead of me. So the question here, of course, is: are you going to authorize the staff, to move forward on the research necessary to come back to you to give you options? Okay, so I just need to know how many of you are authorizing the ordinance to move forward. Kent, do you want to be part of this? We got a vote going on. Do you want to authorize the staff on the MPD?
So I have a question before
Okay, hold on, folks.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So is this already on the work plan?
Well, so to answer your question, Councilmember, yes, because it was in the budget ordinance language. However, we wanted to be clear, there were questions about what are potentially some other options. So what's on the work plan is doing work on a ballot measure. And I think our expectation going in was that it would be around the MPD. But that's ultimately your collective choice about what that is.
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All in favor? Okay, so it's unanimous. We got everybody. Is there anything else the staff needs to understand about that? Ooh,
No.
we're going to get out early. I feel it. I feel it. Okay. And so for our next discussion, we're going to be looking at the work plan. We're going to do this differently than you may have done in the past. I think it's really important for council members to have direct interaction with directors of departments and things and to be able to ask, I don't care what question is, any question you have, right? So we're going to put folks in some groups around the room, and then we're going to rotate around, and you're going to get a chance to go up and ask whatever you want. Having said that, is there anything we want to do in advance of that exercise to share anything about the work plan?
Yes. We do have a couple of slides to work through before we break apart into groups, because I know once that happens, we will kind of lose everyone's collective focus for a little bit. So, Mike, if you would.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. So those who were here in the past couple of retreats, they may recall that our facilitator at the time was talking about how we do our planning here a little bit backwards. This is because we would adopt a budget, and then later on we would get our work plan in place. And this doesn't make much sense given that the budget is already set and doesn't provide flexibility that we need for the work plan. Ideally, the budget and work plan should be developed in tandem as they are linked documents. So we remedied that in the 25-26 budget development process. We're now utilizing a 2-year work plan instead of a 1-year, and it's also included as a section within the budget document. Council first saw the work plan when the budget was published the draft budget was published on October 1st, and then staff presented their major work plan items as part of their departmental presentations throughout October. So today our goal is to confirm the work plan that was adopted, ensure everyone's on the same page, particularly as it relates to our major work plan items that are happening this year. Your packet includes a visual showing all of the major items we'll be working on this year and colors representing different touch points where council and the community can engage on each of these. As you can see, it's going to be a busy year, and this document is only showing a subset of the whole work plan.
I think the biggest challenge, or one of the biggest challenges, you have many as elected officials, but this, trying to hang on to what's actually in the work plan is not easy because there's so many moving parts. So I think it's really worth doing a little time and thinking about what is in there, asking questions. Of course, you'll get to ask them again. But the other issue that's really important is not knowing where do I drop in. You know, where's the opportunity for me to ask the question about something? Because what can happen is if everybody's doing that at different times and points, the staff go nuts. It just becomes overwhelming for them. So the goal is to figure out, so, you know, okay, when's approval and adoption? When's information? When do we get community engagement? So that everybody can sort of be in sync on this. But the staff want to have as many touch points as they can for you around the work plan. Hence, spending time today looking at it, because you probably are thinking, we've done this already. And you have. But this is one last time to take a look and make sure that we're kind of all in sync. And then when we get done with the exercise, we're going to come back together and have a group conversation. Anything else staff wants to add before we break up? Yeah. Mayor?
I was just going back to public comment. There are people that want to, the public would like to see additions to the work plan. And I wanted to talk about that I could see where people might want modifications to the plan, but I wanted to kind of make sure we all understood kind of the ground rules that nothing comes up, nothing gets added without something else of equal weight and value coming off. And I don't know if you want to talk about that, Scott, but I'm looking right at you.
I'm aware. No, I appreciate that, and thank you, Karen. I think I just want to remind that as we built the work plan, we were looking at what staff do we have and what resources do we need, and how much will it cost to be able to get that done. And so we've built that out based on, obviously, prior council direction and conversations that we've had with all of you. The point of coming back to you as part of the budget process, department by department, is again to separate out the ongoing year-over-year costs versus the more one-time or maybe a couple-year time policy-based work that has been driven by council direction in some form or another. And so when we get to this point, we have essentially attributed everyone's work for the year across the board for all of these pieces. So if something gets added, then we have this struggle of, okay, so how do we do that? How do we add a new work program item? And you're going to see here in a moment that we have added a couple and we're just going to try to squeeze them in. But then that also means that sometimes other things get pushed. So if it's a work plan item, a specific one, then we would have to say it's a zero-sum game. So if we add something, something has to come off. And it has to be, to the mayor's point, of sort of equal value, if you will, both not only time frame, but cost and staff workload that goes with it. Because ultimately, this is really boils down to, we are, and I know you've heard me say this before, so forgive for repeating it, but we are a human resources organization at our core. Our people are the city. And so city work doesn't get done if there are not people here to do it. And so that's what everything is truly based on, is how much can any one person do for their job description, what they're responsible for, over the course of a given year. So that's where we are. And we're always open to the conversation, but I think it has to come with the understanding that you put one more thing on, then you have to take something out to keep it balanced.
If I could just add, I think the other thing is some of these have dependencies on other things as well. And so I'll jump in for David here, right? The tree code, I know, is something that we hear a lot about, right? We're still waiting on the state to come up with the WUI maps, the wildland urban interface maps, right? We need some of those things to happen and ripen before we do some of this other stuff, right? That also that goes directly to the UFMP right sizing that we've talked about previously, right? So some of these, we need other things to happen first, and that's why they are in the timeline that they are.
We have a couple more slides, Nancy, if I could.
Absolutely.
So we also wanted to touch on the November bomb cyclone and its impacts on the adopted work plan. As Scott alluded to, the storm, as we know, was very disruptive. It caused some of our work to be delayed. For example, regular maintenance like filling potholes was put on hold while staff were clearing debris, things such as that. Staff have put a lot of time into analyzing what went well in our response to the storm and where we can also strengthen our response before the next event occurs. And what this looked at was 4 staff committees that are responsible for analyzing certain aspects of our response to the storm and developing recommendations for improvements and changes. Those are the 4 committees here. First group responsible for looking at options for relocating our Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, to a more suitable location. Also looking at what supplies we might need to ensure that that space is functional in the event of an emergency. Another committee worked on the preliminary damage assessment and documentation for reimbursement. They're also looking at what on-call contracts we need to have in place to be prepared for future events, like debris clearing, for example. The radio group is distributing and testing our 800 megahertz radios with key personnel, as well as creating user guides. And the last group is creating processes for things like emergency contracts, how we track our time during emergencies for reimbursement, staff training, and similar functions. So we think this is necessary and critical work, but also recognize, to Scott's point, that it's being layered on top of an already very full work plan for this year. This is kind of a graphical presentation of what I just showed. It's in your packet. One thing I didn't mention was the enhanced resiliency communications that we're stepping up while the event is still fresh in our community's mind. But we're not just going to do this communication once and then stop. It's going to be an ongoing item. So you can see here that it continues into 2026 and beyond. And with that, Nancy, I am done with my slides. So I'll hand it over to you to walk us through the exercise.
Thank you. Other questions, thoughts, concerns before we start? Oh, I love it. They called it speed dating, and that's so appropriate. Yes, indeed.
Just really quick, I want to just add on a little of that because we are in the next storm. It started last Friday, and we are now looking at it rolling into at least Wednesday of this next week because the cold is coming, like the cold is coming. And so like we're already putting some of these pieces into place about how we're responding to this sort of ongoing rolling snow, ice, cold storm system right now. And we are also, like we had the conversation with you all about level of service about snow and ice and what would happen if the storm event was bigger than that. Well, we are adjusting, and we have adjusted now 2 or 3 times, and we just did it again at lunch about how we try to respond and make sure that the community is stays safe as this continues on. So part of that is to come full circle around to we are going to be overspending our snow and ice budget in this year by a substantial amount. And these extended storms, this is why it's so important to hold a reserve dollars in our reserve fund so that if we get to these points that we know that we are able to handle them and continue on with the rest of our work. So I just want to let council know now. We'll come back with more once we know, but we are expending a lot of resources, and we have called the parks team in to help, and then we sent them back, and now we've recalled them back to help to continue on running 24-hour shifts, 2 12-hour shifts a day. We are now into day 8 or 9? Day 8 of doing that, and we're anticipating 4 to 5 more to go. So just want to let council know that all of this work, that's why this work is so critical, is that it impacts how we do our delivery of emergency services during the times when we're in storm response. So thank you.
So it's a great time to take a few minutes and think about the kinds of questions you might want to ask about the work plan. Any questions? This is open season on the staff. So you get to go and talk to the staff. You get to talk to the staff about whatever you want in their domain, right? You got to stay within their purview, though. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to have group number 1 over here. This is in the environment and transportation. Rachel and Audrey are going to be over there. Anything you want to ask about those topics, you're going to be there, okay? So Rachel and Audrey, how about you hop over there? Trust and transparency is Anjali and Angie, and then we're going to put the EIB in there too, so that's going to be Scott and Mike as well, and you're going to be over here. Group number 2. Group number 3 is going to be over here, and this is safety, so it's Mark and Steve. Group number 4 is going to, it's okay, we'll move you in a minute, it's all right, love. Group number 4 is going to be smack in the middle over here, and it's going to be housing, and that's David and Kari. Yeah, that's a great idea, thank you. And then group number 5 is going to go over here, kind of behind Pam, heading towards Mike for Vicky and Jim. So staff, if you can disperse yourselves. And we're standing, folks, we're standing. We're not sitting, we're standing. We're standing, we're not at tables, ignore that little bit. We're standing because we're going to move fast. It's speed dating. We don't want to spend too long on any one topic. I'm going to, hold on a second. Okay, let me just give you the next instruction. Now that we know where the people are, kind of sorted, they're there. I would like Kent, how about you start here? You're good, you can start there. Karen, hop over to finance. Pam, how about you come over here with Rachel, and Roisin, why don't you go with Pam with Rachel? Amy, how about you pop over here to start? Sid, why don't you go with Kent? That's a good topic. Going over here. Amy, yeah. And, you know, staff, council might like those too if they don't have it.
I don't have enough for everyone.
Well, go, but just do what you can do. Yeah. No, he should be here, but he's left. All right, so this is, you have 6-7 minutes before I yell, you're going to rotate. And what you're going to do is you're going to be able to ask the staff anything you want for their topical areas. And then we're going to move on to the next topic. So go ahead. You can start asking questions. Gee, Amy, you get to pick on a whole bunch of people all at one time. Whatever you want to ask them, you can ask them.
So Nancy, given that we're ahead of schedule, maybe we'll give it a couple more.
Oh, no, we will. No, we will. But it just depends on how much they get into it.
That's a very real thing. The climate action plan.
He's back. He's back.
No, I know, but I think. Took those and said, okay, for each one of these, there are it's 2 to 3 for each.
I don't see it on here, but aren't you also working on like our really standards? I feel like, yeah, that needs to be looked at every so often.
Is that an expense if there are no other means of surface water service, which is how do you
Amy? Amy? Are you done? Over here. Are you done with them? Okay, give us a minute. Just win it. Just 5 minutes. Hold on. Just 2 more minutes.
Jill is on her section of the work. Generally speaking, it truly is ADA, and we've been doing some work with this. I got a chance to talk with this I have a role in that. That was one of the things. This is where our energy, and we have some things that we need to house water reservoirs. So a lot of of cities are in that, you know, it's things like.
If you want to join in with one of those guys now or wait and we'll rotate in about 2 minutes. Okay. So we've got 2 more minutes at this station, 2 more minutes.
I would ask her is obviously a particular thing, particularly where, because it's meant to be done, one of them is so there's that is something particular that they do. Sometimes it comes out of the claims that we've had, so sometimes we are charged for fixing something, but I don't want to guess and send you wrong, so she'll be able to tell you exactly what that is. And they came back and individually took some other.
One more minute and we're going to rotate.
Think about, you work overtime, and the point outside this out overtime, and the overall savings are and now you've got a big snowstorm that lasts longer, and you're going to over budget. You're going to cut into what is like reserve, and that's supposed to be more. It's not supposed to be a sort of plan rainy day. It's literally supposed to be a rainy day. So
All righty, dighty, let's rotate. Let's move to the next spot, please. Finish up your conversations and rotate. We're going to the right. We're going clockwise. Going clockwise. So Pam's going to shift now. Amy's going to shift now. All right. We got this going on. Good. Amy, you're over here. You got it. Perfect. All right.
And we really want to understand the opportunities to get right? And that's a big hopefully the I-90 light rail is largely here. It doesn't go that far. And once that's fixed, then there's a lot of opportunities to really partner with our agencies and to really try to plan for sub-area planning, corridor planning in conjunction
meaningful way through the city. The example I have is, I remember when the rapid first came online in Bellevue, we started adding some new routes. So I separate red light created a whole new opportunity. Predictable. And I did do a 5-year study. And when that happened, people started buying traffic collisions, right? So that is really key, I think, to get the need there. To then allow density, sub-density, two major intersections. It's a good thing for the future. We have the town center right here, right now, in front of us. These cameras are super expensive. It's just I'm doing it right now doing a traffic safety study. But with the comp plan, we have language now. We've identified that there's really good opportunity. Obviously, working with the property owners to plan for it. If you look at some map on the wall, you can see Inglewood, you can see even down to Kohani, even down the other side. But so to see how the areas connect, really, you could have line A, line B, line C, and you can start to get some service. Yeah. And because that's where the density goes in those areas subject to the city. You build the town center. We're talking about that on the 18th. So, we're going to figure out how to get it didn't come through as a 911 call. The first one email or the Mike County Cap. And our voters will go out there and do an analysis. And it's around a week long. And then we're going to take on minimum Inglewood out of the city. I do that all the time. And we're going to take out neighborhood and we can start to add services in the right places. And community feedback, community engagement. I know people want neighborhood centers. Or email me off the website. The thing about my good opportunity to start to raise actually corner services, and then report back to the house party for the hour members. Whereas, email me, email Sawtell, there's a thing, there's intersections, 2 stories, transparent. A couple apartments above, like a public house down below, a library, or a storefront, a hardware store. So that's what our motors units but they're not so basic that they're dominating. So that, we really like to see that happen. Starting in the next 10 years, putting those plans together. And then you can start to see how housing fits in, because we don't see a lot of, except for middle housing, a lot of the data doesn't subdivisions happening. And things change. We'll put up, if we did it, try and identify a small problem, we can start up a traffic devices. We want to see, duplexes, triplexes. So when you get emails from people like we've already done it. We didn't need, but we also feel like we don't need to spend the number of units of bedrooms. Yeah, we don't build it on the market. Then what would it achieve by setting we need to have this many bedrooms? Yeah, what's great is the traffic unit. Well, requires putting out traffic. Real-time results. And until we want to enter into housing super and make housing, something that is more infrastructure, a basic human need. It could result
It's pretty cute. Oh, download 24 messages. Jesus Christ.
Does anybody need more time? This is the 2-minute call. 2 minutes going to work? Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, everybody rotate. Everybody move to the right. Move clockwise. Everybody rotate. Moving right along, moving right along. Moving right along. Mary, you're going to have to push them out.
Where am I going?
There you're going. Okay, we're almost there. Let's take it out.
That's what we chose to study when we did that. The zone capacity is way higher. Sid asked that question. Yeah, definitely. I know we have to somehow. So it depends what your objectives are. So we've been hearing from the community that the objective primarily is housing literacy.
Yeah, because when I think about the whole approach that you management, oh, that's much better. It was very rare. It doesn't even. When I think of the small emergency.
Because there's a completely different objective. TDR is land conservation. And basically you're buying up the right to develop here and you're moving it over here. And what that does is it displaces our ability to use incentives and tools to build affordable housing. You can get more housing, more market. It results in more market rate housing, but it doesn't result in or necessarily diversity.
So it's not fine tuning.
Contemplating all those pieces
If somebody wanted to build some minimal amount of space, we'd have to do 10%. They get a certain amount, right? But if they wanted to do more, and it pencils, you gotta have it evaluate to where. Then there's a certain percentage that is market. Then there's a certain percentage that is 80% right? And there might be even within that a blended size. Large, well-charged units, medium-sized market units, small market units, and then, different size units, studio, 2-bed, 3-bedroom, family, wildfires. That's the next play. The next play up here would be, in addition to that, would be TDRs. So you have to hit this affordability. That is one of those before you're then allowed to engage in TDRs. This is how we get to ourselves. That's one of the challenges is you can only offer so much incentive to do the affordability, and then where you can go to TDRs. Seattle has a very similar program, and it's a lot easier for us to do it out using. Yeah, there'll be like some basic expectations. Right. One is have your supply. If you're staying or if you're going, our program is a bit challenging because most of the properties and the really important message is about do sort of what you're supposed to do and more importantly when you're supposed to do it. Only value like I always say it's my secret for my wife is I do have told when I'm told to do it. Otherwise I forget and I get in trouble. Right? This is exactly the same principle. All of those evaluations
what is it actually? All of those studies and all of those predicated on the idea that when we said the other part of it is that we said prepare the leave, and when we say we have a county leave now, leave it now because somebody is waiting for you to leave, so they can leave. And people only start to take information from Englewood and they take all that extra time to look at that standard centers. And so, we'll be doing it simply, like you have the checklist for emergency management on there, we'll be doing it simply here. Because those about that, like the wildfire as well, it is tricky because right now, so many variables. You want to make sure you give them the appropriate information. Unless we want to without getting so specific that you get yourself in trouble for the real deal. But you can get people in place and say, in all likelihood, state funds are probably going to ask you to take care of a little bit. That's that impetus behind it. We have our own program. They're not gone. The neighborhood expert can help him or herself and their neighbors. They're tied up and blocked out. We spend the morning talking about our staffing. And the King County TDR program has the capacity for more TDRs to be sold. The first 20 are by NC, but there are more in the local. Right. Yeah, the challenge is that under the interlocal agreement, for us to start to purchase more TDRs, transfers from center TDRs, we have to first use use is defined as a building, not a construction like where you're doing infrastructure chart. A building permit. The city was putting out a lot of good information. And we want to fix that as well. We can. But I'm telling you the follow-up task is how the center's plan could have been there. We want to associated with it. It's not. Did the alert King County system? No, I don't know. It's on our website. I get notified when I get notified when there's a post though. But I've already been to all of them. I don't know how many emails about emergency. But it's one of the options. Yeah, it's so I'm not saying it's an end all be all, but I just feel like it's a city obligation to get more, but we're not paying together. And I think it's up there at the CSH, but I gotta be honest and say, yeah, I didn't really know there. Yeah, I think I was the line credit for it was we're working with King County during it. We didn't create a text process through Alert King County and send it out, which we could do, and that's sort of on the list of the center. What was difficult about that is we typically do it. What you do is wow, and our list was long, and it really didn't. Especially if you start to spread out. Lend itself well to a text message necessarily. Areas where you might have some, to talk about, hey, there's a majority of roads closed, here's the link. So that's the three main kind of two-story, three-story things. James Eastman has some concentrated properties. He's put a lot of effort behind that. He's kind of discussed that. But we still got to do it.
It's 2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
Part of it is you have both AT&T, Verizon, and I do a lot of things. They have 3 positions. We are to be having some first responders, but the other thing is, and you're absolutely right, as long as housing is back, it's harder to get one of those builders a building, and they're going to build
All righty, let's rotate. Let's rotate. Everybody moves right. Move right. Everybody's going to move right. Nobody's moving. Okay, Mayor, you're holding up the works. All righty.
So is that a piece of that tree regulation? Could that be a piece of tree regulation?
So there's a lot of different.
Story, 9,000 square foot building with 3,000.
Wow. Okay.
The vast majority of calls that Corp Connect is getting, we're at the same scene. Police are there, fire makes the report, hospital police department. We make the report, so it's a second contract we would have it. So if we can get EFERC to the same call as us, they make the referral, connects to Corp Connect. Many of the calls we are together because it comes through as a one call with unknown circumstances or a mental health component where we want to be there for the safety of firefighters. There's very few. I mean, Connect also, not everything is on this way. They have mobility issues, for instance. That's something that
we don't show up for, but very, very few calls. We did a small call this study, but I worked closely with Jamie for a while. We tried to collect the data, like how many calls were relevant for connecting straight to 911 to us without either being nice. Very, very, very. Depends on the call, because it is a, it's a health professional and a firefighter. There's no cop in the equation as far as that goes.
It'll be like mini city hall.
That's where we have the right radios. What's interesting though is we don't really have any.
Can I borrow you for a second? Sure. So we got an agreement on the levels of service. On this one, are we simply asking for, if you add something in, you have to take something out of equal value? Or are we saying we want the whole work plan approved?
So the whole work plan was approved as part of the budget.
Right.
Right? This is just the check-in to say, are we good?
Okay.
We
don't need anything.
We don't need to open.
Except I do have the little thing up, and you did agree to.
Right.
Should you try to put something in, you have to propose and come with something that goes out of equal or greater value.
Yeah, so far everything has just been questions, drilling down to learn more. I haven't heard a single, now I have Amy next, and I know where she's going to go. But
okay.
So far it's just been wanting more information.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know, because I suddenly went, wait a minute, we've already approved the levels of service, so.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Yep. Just making sure that
Okay.
it's just COA for a few months from now when they go, well, what about this?
Yep.
I'm like, nope.
Yep.
We're not going to get the law enforcement one because we're on the
If we could scan that channel, because we still have to scan that channel. The radio shop. I want our, whoever's the shift leader is to have that dedicated radio. Can I see one for the other day?
2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
have been a probably less than optimal message of road closures. The list was so long, that would be a great thing. Probably a different message is that, hey, we have a list of road closures. Stay home, go to this lake. Yeah, that was the unique thing about the bomb cycle. The other thing to think about is local media. Somebody might be sitting home with AM radio, FM radio, being able to put something out occasionally on
Last rotation, last rotation. Move it right. Move it right.
It's on the list. It's on the schedule.
You don't want to go there? Don't send me to that lion's den.
It's because I don't want to be on it.
You don't want to be what?
I don't want to be on it.
Oh, good. You're fine. Go. Go.
All right, we're on the last spot.
Last one.
A little bit of the right amount of stuff that you just to live in an area that doesn't change the overall character. So it's yeah, because of how
Like Costco or Go.
Yeah.
Amazon Go, they drop that mail.
You've got what you've got to recognize that there are some all these documents worry about it because it's so small and most of the other stuff is running after that. You're not going to start that spiral of like I can't just set those files because that's almost the whole unit. Now I get the whole unit. Now I don't have this end because we allow you to do a lot of cross stuff, so you can get that at some point. Okay, I guess we're not sitting on it. And that's what you like to avoid because then you do lose the character and everything that part of the routine before. We don't control the Yeah, I would not. There's no time in history at the moment starting that up. There are hidden costs associated with that that you will have to think about as an established department. What other skill to attract the right person can you according to a job description to get some results? The same entity that's helping with that is in charge of the grants and contracts unit and rolling out BidNet so that we're in the 21st century and those technology rollouts. Not just make it a bigger number, but there are some areas that would give you the answers to some of these things that you guys always feel are kind of floating around.
We're getting by. So we have no margins of anything. I keep hearing the narrative that we're better than the community to a degree
big city with big city problems sometimes, and I'm a command staff of one, and I don't have a lot of room to do 68, and the projections are going to be, what, 85 in 10 years or something? This city needs more than a police chief. It needs another leadership person to stay engaged with the county. Because I'm more and more I'm having to say, I'll try to be there, but I have a conflict. I'm the one, and that's the problem. Well, the problem is we were using Christine to bridge the gap, and it was taxing her, and that's not what she left, but she had like 8 ancillary jobs, and she was so capable, and she loves the city, so she did that. But that was never how her role was designed. So we needed a captain here to supplement. And then we can do more community engagement, we can be more visible, we can get a greater sense of what's going on. Right? I need 2 mates. A lot of this is related to people who looked out like 3 or 4 months in advance. There was a methodology. So that's what I need a stronger, I need a bigger leadership. Just one human being would do that. That's actually not expensive either. I have a proposal for Scott for later in this month. That's my proposal. It would cost $40,000 to do what I need to do, but in effect, what you're saying is that position, which is sitting vacant because we're down 20% of our staffing, we would convert one to a command staff, and the overall cost would be about $40,000. No, but this is a desirable place to work, and I can open it up to 25 captains in the sheriff's office, and I've already had 2 people say, are you going to do that proposal? Because I want to work with you. That's what I mean. The captain's still a captain. Yeah. So you're actually going to get to fill your vacant position with somebody who's got a badge and a gun and some authority, whereas right now it's going to sit vacant. Well, in his defense, I haven't pitched it yet. But I want to make sure my numbers are tight. What you do and all the dirt we talked about a great idea. We can't manage it. Yep. Yeah, it's the budget side of it, not the work side of it. What we can do, development agreements. We did. Done. The hard part for me is saying, like, I would love to be in that meeting, and have another meeting, and I don't have anyone to send in my place. Because Christine's already had a meeting with the school district, or, you know, one of her many jobs. Yep. You know, the focus in front of us is and if he wants to help us with the barriers, make some suggestions. That's why bringing it in-house, you would be absolutely crazy because you wouldn't get that or you'd be paid for it a la carte. Because we know we just couldn't want it. If we were stuck in it, we know it. So what we're struggling with is what about the no, we're not the problem with quadruple ourselves. You know, we actually make some crimes. We would need ancillary swap ups, we would need special assault, we would need a robbery, all of these positions of college we need.
2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
I go on the incident commander and then I kind of see what we have. And then the suspect turned himself in. Yeah. But so I call major crimes and they only come out the worst of the worst things. Major crime shows up. I turn the scene over to them and they do what they do. But this didn't warrant me. This was actually a small scene, but I'm the one that decided what resources to call out. I had just driven home. I was in my driveway when I heard the call. I stopped in my driveway and I listened, and then I came back.
Okay, let's come back to your tables. Everybody take a seat. Sit. Sit. Do what I do with my dog. Sit. And she ignores me. So you can ignore me too.
Hey, can everyone please come back to your tables and take your seats? Thank you.
We are in the home stretch.
Oh, stretches.
First thing I want is a big round of applause for the staff because they agreed to go into this exercise, with sort of the construction of you're just going to answer questions. And that's kind of unnerving. And so thank you very much for your willingness to do this. Anything come up that anybody wants to raise that they want to have, notice on, they didn't understand, they want more information. Anything come up of any discussion that you think should be with a larger group?
Karen, can I offer up your suggestion? Or actually, Roisin, if you want to go ahead first. Did you raise your hand?
Yeah, Roisin.
And then I'll...
It's not hugely important, but one of the things that kind of came up when we were over here is talking about possibly reimagining Coffee with Council. And I'm not exactly sure what that would look like, but Pam and Sid and I had the privilege of being part of Waselli, and we learned a lot about that, engaging with community and kind of rethinking those kinds of meetings. And that's something the council we could do ourselves, as opposed to it wouldn't take up any staff time. It wouldn't be like another thing staff would have to do. This would be a council thing that we could lead and kind of take part of. So I thought that was kind of something that I'm really interested in doing that, and that would be part of that transparency in local government.
Sounds really interesting and good.
Roisin, will you just help clarify for the staff? Because I don't think they're aware of what Waselli is and how it's set up, because I think it's an amazing thing. So.
Yeah, Waselli is, we took part in it last year. So it was a group of cities all over the state of Washington, different sides of the Cascades. So it was wonderful to kind of meet so many people from different cities that in Washington state that I'd never been to. And we kind of got to know mayors and city council members from all these different jurisdictions. And to kind of find out that every single one of us were dealing with the same exact issues, regardless of the size of the city. So we had representatives there from Tacoma. We had representatives there from Medical Lake in Washington, so like varying different sizes, but everybody's dealing with the same issues. It's housing, it's traffic, that kind of thing. So it was really eye-opening, and it was a very bonding, positive experience. And it was to kind of bridge the gap, kind of trying to bridge that political divide, because we never discussed politics at all. And it was to kind of bring people. We had no idea where people were coming from politically. That was never stated. So it was kind of to bring local electeds together to work together on different issues. And we just talked about the issues. And you discovered then that you all kind of share the same common value about it and about solving that problem. So it was really wonderful. And then we got to kind of figure out how to bring community in, and different techniques to bring community in, and different ways of engaging that. And so so I'd like to, considering that was something that the city sponsored for us to go do, I would like to bring that information back and put it to actual use, not that it was just like this little course we went on and then we did nothing about it. So I'd like to see us kind of bringing that education to fruition in Sammamish and kind of show some value for going on such a jolly.
Lovely thing.
If I may, the CELI was the Collaborative Elected Leaders Initiative. That's what that stood for, if that helps. And it was sponsored by AWC, but Roisin did an excellent job describing it.
Yeah, thank you, Roisin. And I thought we'd settled on your suggestion of coffee with council members in their kitchens as a way to...
And they don't have to bring their own snacks. You have to provide them. Sorry. Anything else? Wait a minute, you were going to say something. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I'm going to attribute this to Karen because I think it was a great idea, and I think we want to try to sort of think this one through. But we were talking about the combination of what's going on in the world and how it might impact our community here, and that other communities do sort of state of the cities. And so we were talking about how best to get information out about what's happening, what we're doing here and why, but also how are some of the other pieces in the world sort of impacting us, and thinking about what it looks like to do a state of the city. And I was sharing with Karen, and I've shared with some of the others of the council, that that to me has to come from the elected leaders, not from me, because I serve at the direction of the council. And so I can talk about what we're implementing and what council's direction is, but for the broader community themselves, I think that has to come from you all. And so I think it's a great opportunity. We were talking about DEI because that's the station I was manning, but I think it's more about that we don't run away from it, we lean into it. And we really celebrate it and let our community know that we are behind them and we support them, and we're going to be here and we're not going to go away, and move away from celebrating the things that makes the community as richly diverse as they are. And that's what makes this the place that draws people in. And so I think that's a piece that I think we would welcome that, and thinking about what that looks like, something we'll be working on. But and Karen, I don't know if you want to expand on that at all.
Just for 2 seconds, I think everybody's maybe seen in their email different cities that have been doing the state of the city type addresses. Mary Lou Polly from Issaquah did hers in Sammamish at, I believe, a church, I think, because it was an auditorium that they could use. Which I'm enjoying that, and I'm using it a lot, actually. But it isn't all hearts and flowers and at these things. It is an opportunity to be as transparent as possible about what's going on in the city, what's working, what we're working on because we'd like it to work better, and being really clear. And it doesn't go on forever. I mean, it's maybe 45 minutes at the most.
Oh, less.
So.
Way less.
Okay, it's a half an hour at the most, apparently. Okay, some people are saying 20 minutes at the most.
Absolutely.
But it's to try to help to restore if it's broken and enhance if it's there, trust between us and everybody that we serve. So it also makes us approachable and hopefully someone that they want to talk to, if we morph this into a different type of coffee with council type of a thing. So that's the thought. So we'll work on it.
And remember, lots of 3 different times, 3 different ways, lots of different avenues, because it's hard to reach out. It's hard to get people to show. You got to keep on doing it. It's depressing when you have a small turnout. Got to keep doing it. You can't ever let it go. Anything else that came out? Oh, Pam.
Well, on the same topic, I think it's not kind of an either or. Like we were talking about trying to make sure that we make ourselves more available and have more opportunities to engage, because trust and transparency in government is probably not moving in the right direction. And so we want to push hard to show people that we are open, that we are accessible, and that we'll answer their questions and we'll engage. So trying to maintain that and save whatever bit of that we can.
And I'm going to say it's not probably, it is definitely moving in the wrong direction. We have tons of examples and data and polls. It's moving in the wrong direction. And the only way we change it is by hanging in there. I love lean in. When the corporate sector, everybody runs from some of these things, if government leans in, we have a chance of equalizing, holding the line, keeping the right direction. Okay. So you don't need to approve, because you already have, the 2025 work plan, but there was something you said, because I will write notes, very short notes, because this is a great meeting. We didn't have to do a lot of, never mind, it was just great. So you said if you're going to add something, or propose to add something to the current work plan, that you have to propose a deduction of equal or greater value. Do you want to include that? It's about the work plan. You've approved the work plan already, right? And now we're talking about if you want to make changes to the work plan. What's a no? Tell me about the no. I don't want to make changes. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm asking, a statement was made, if you choose to propose a change as a council member, then if you come in with I want to add something, you have to also propose at the same time what you are choosing to remove from the existing work plan, and it has to be of equal or greater value. That's what I heard before. Do you want to include that or just want to say no changes?
I don't
heard
think-
Roshin say no changes. Sid?
I guess for clarification, I think I would struggle with meeting that if I did want to make a change, because I can't really say that this is equal value, because like I think Scott mentioned, there are a lot of things that are interconnected, and I also don't know what the staff draw is for one thing versus another. So
yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult to do. I appreciate that, Sid. Thank you. Pam.
I would say we don't have any changes now, but we have to be open. Things are changing around us, and we may need to be agile and make changes. And I think that statement is probably more of we need to approach Scott and the staff to say, hey, we think we need to make an adjustment. How would we go about doing that if we feel it's necessary? And that we would work in partnership with Scott to say, if we think we have to do something different, what else would have to change in order to accommodate that? Because I don't think it's wise for us to say no changes for the next 2 years. I think there's too much uncertainty in the world for us to be able to draw that line. I wish we could, but I don't think we can.
Well, and in the best of times, I'm not sure you can, right? I mean, things change, right? They just change. Okay, but I just wanted to clarify that, get rid of that. Thank you, Sid, for making it clear where that's probably not workable. Okay. Anything else we want in terms of agreements? Then I'm going to do a little bit of review. Okay. First of all, did a brilliant job on your operating agreements, because I didn't have to use the soap for the soapbox, and I didn't have to give anybody any Band-Aids because they were wounded. So good on you. Well done. Very well done. The agreements that you reached are really important. You said the level of service proposed in the 2025 work plan, it's approved. You're going to stay there. That's the level of service. And, you had 6 yes, 1 maybe. Some information may change that. I don't know. A utility tax of 6% is going to be levied across all utilities, and everybody's in agreement with the actual tax. And then a couple of folks are still saying, I'm not so sure about if it's the right percentage. Right? Okay. Anything else we want to add for the good of the order? Scott?
If I may, some thank yous.
Oh, not yet. No, you're ahead of yourself. You don't get to go there. I'll get there.
You said good of the order. I mean,
Okay, sorry. No, okay. Okay. So we will do now what Scott's suggesting, but we're going to do it in the way that I'm going to ask you to do it. And it works like this. It's something I call appreciations. And here's how appreciations work. Appreciations first are going to be on the individual level, one-on-one. You try to do a group one, I'll cut you off, because you will get chance for group, but you don't start with group. And appreciations work like this. Mike, I didn't know you, didn't even meet you until today, right, in person. But what a pleasure working with you. You're just a joy, and I thank you for all the great work you did on putting those presentations together. Here's what he can say. Thank you. That's it. You look at him or her, you talk to them, and they cannot rebut, add on to anything, just thank you. That's all you get to do is take it in. So the floor is open, and here's the other thing. You don't have to feel like you have to thank everybody. You thank people, give other people turns, and then eventually, after we do some of these, we're going to get to the group. But the individual floor is open. You want to go, Scott?
I'm going to do broad stuff, so I'll wait till the
Okay. Individual ones.
I will do an individual one, if I may. Sorry. I'd like to thank Krista for joining us today and making sure everything worked and helping us set up and get the food out. And I know it's a little hard to sit here throughout without actually participating, but being incredibly necessary. So I want to say thank you to Krista.
Go ahead, Sid.
I'd like to thank Director Pyle for once again navigating very complex issues. I got a chance to speak with you a couple times one-on-one, and every time I speak with you, I feel incredibly informed. So thank you.
Amy?
I want to thank Vicki for all her hard work and the rest of the finance team for all their work on the utility tax and making it all understandable and listening to our concerns.
Mayor?
I was going to thank Steve for being here because I know he's thrilled, really, to be here in a lot of ways. So many, I can't even count the ways how thrilled he is. But he engaged me every free second with, Mayor, I want to talk to you about this. Mayor, can we do this? Mayor, let's have that coffee because we've got stuff. And all of a sudden, he was very alert, very awake, and has like a barrel of ideas that he wants to kind of spitball at some point at the appropriate time because he will be clearing it with Scott, of course, first. Just to be entirely clear.
Thank you, Mayor.
I want to thank Nancy for the seating arrangement today. It just made it so much easier to come in on a Saturday and to dialogue rather than be sitting around the U-shape, and just broke the formality and made for some good conversations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank the council just broadly, if that's allowed.
You're
I can't-
cheating.
Okay. Let me.
Can you do an individual?
I want to thank Deputy Mayor Lamb for being willing to seek to understand and ask clarifying questions about complicated topics like the town center. So thank you. And we don't always get the messaging right, and we're working on getting the messaging right in order to help the community understand the issues as well. So thank you for seeking to understand.
You can do as many as you want.
I was going to thank Carrie for being here because Carrie, when we're looking for rational thought, well, we look someplace else first, then we look to you. Because you always come up with the right thing to say at the right time. It not only does it take the temperature down of whatever's happening, but we just completely believe you and trust you. And it having that fact there about what we can do, what we can't do, it's awesome.
Thank you.
So I'm going to jump in. I want to thank Audrey, not only because we're dressed alike. Once again, she doesn't even know we have the same socks on, but we do. But Audrey's done an amazing amount of work, not just this week, but ever since I've been here, and I really appreciate it. So, and appreciate how you lead your team. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think she stole mine. I'm going to add to that a little bit, and I'm going to talk about the last, since the bomb cyclone. And I want to thank Audrey for putting in a lot of hours, making sure that we were doing all the things that we were supposed to do with her teams and bringing them along, including right now taking turns when our maintenance supervisor goes out sick, then Audrey is the one that takes the calls and checks in late with the teams and early with the teams. And for those who don't know, she's sending out the emails or the team's messages at 5:30 in the morning saying, here's the situation, here's the latest update. So I think that's I know that's part of the job, but also it's we've had a lot of storms over the last 3 months, and we're dealing with some challenging situations. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
You folks follow instructions well.
I'd like to thank Mayor Howe for setting the stage for this retreat. think this was a really positive experience and kind of setting the expectation for today. And also for giving me the opportunity to explain to a lot of people what a blobfish is, and less successfully why I was chosen to sit at this table.
Anyone who wants to say anything? I'm pretty good with quiet, so I sit for a while.
I appreciate Angie because actually, not from today. It was actually from the Lunar New Year. You followed me and Deputy Mayor Lamb around, took pictures all day long. Now, there's many other people to thank in that, but because I can only thank one person, I am thanking you for just you. Well, the smile you have right now is a smile you had all day long, and that was a long day of taking pictures. So thank you for that.
Okay, the floor is open to group appreciations. Go ahead, Pam.
All right, I'm going to stand up for this one because I want to make sure all the staff sees this, and I hope you'll take this back to your team. So if there's one thing I've learned since I've been on council is that the city staff, they all work so hard and put so much into the community, whether they live here or not. And our community would not be half of what it is without all of you. And I don't even think the words thank you even begin to cut it. So thank you for doing all that you do to make our city so incredible.
Okay, in unison, folks.
I have a slew of them, so I'm going to go last. So.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council, because you really stepped up. You were thrown a horrible challenge, really, and you absolutely rose to it. You rose to it with grace and humor and intellectual curiosity, and I appreciate it so much because I also feel like I got even to know you a little bit better through this process. So I just appreciate you you are the right people to be doing the work.
Oh, I have to give you credit for this, Mayor, because I can't do this. But the Mayor also gave you something, council members, to just say thank you because you're so wonderful. And it's a little playful, but, you know, it's very cool.
Thank you.
You get two.
Oh, did you get two?
Keep one for yourself.
Yeah, I already got one.
Okay.
Kaylee needs one.
Oh, Kaylee. Okay. Sorry, love.
Can I get your pop rock?
Everybody.
Dangerous. I just want to go on record.
Oh, no. Then don't do it. If they're dangerous, don't do it. Okay.
I have to say, around Lunar New Year, I saw red envelopes. Yeah, she was giving us
I don't think that it worked so well, Amy, but a good thought. Okay, back to the appreciations.
All right, I'll step in because I have a few. So I would really like to thank Nancy for stepping in with us and working with us to get us through what I think is a challenging situation, like the mayor alluded to, with grace and really helping us drive forward and get to decision points that I hope and think that everyone felt good about and that you felt heard and that we had the opportunity to discuss the merits and then come to a conclusion. So thank you, Nancy.
My pleasure.
I want to thank the team that worked to put all this stuff together, both today, and I want to thank Rich in the back. Rich, wave your hand. Thank you. Rich and Kim is in the back running the video feed. Rich and Kim are a fantastic team, and they do a great job for us. I want to thank, in particular, the planning team that put all this together. Rachel for taking it on and spearheading it, and then Mike and Vicky for helping us pull all this together, because it's been a lot of work, and this is a really important decision point for us. And so this is it was a big lift, but it was well worth it as we move forward.
Can we add Debbie to that?
Absolutely. But she's not here, but
know,
yes,
but I still
absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Debbie, none of us would be here if Debbie wasn't helping us out. Let's be clear about that.
She's great.
She is the heartbeat of the city. And then I really want to thank the leadership team for coming along for the ride and showing true leadership day in and day out, and helping continue to make this community the great place that it is, because we don't get to this point. I'm not successful. We're not successful without you leading your teams and showing them what a leader looks like and how to be professional, and helping people along to get up to that same standard, so that we can always go out in the community and say we're a professional organization from top to bottom, and that we can validate the trust that the council and the community has put in us when we go and talk about revenue increases, that we can show day in and day out that we are worth the money, because I think we are. And lastly, Amy heard a version of this on Friday, so forgive, you're going to get a little bit of a repeat. But I want to say thank you to the council. And it's not just for being on council, but it is for being willing to put the work in for a part-time gig that sometimes feels like it doesn't have a lot of positive feedback. And especially when we get into these tough decision points, your leadership moving forward for the next couple of years is going to be really, really critical. And how you show out for the community and how you show out for our staff really means it does and will continue to make a difference, and probably make an even bigger difference. So I want to thank you for being willing to step into these roles when they are tough, and sometimes it doesn't feel very good. Sometimes on social media or other places, it feels a little rough. But I want to remind council that the bulk of your community is behind you, and that your leadership is what allows us to get done all the things that we've been able to do. And without that, we wouldn't be able to do these things. And as the world changes, and the conversation today was around how do we continue to show out for our community, that is going to be, you are going to be our leaders in that, and we are going to look to you all to continue to take that leadership role and really lean into it. So I just want to say thank you, because putting yourself out there takes a lot, and staying with it takes a lot. So I want to acknowledge that, and I want to say how much the staff appreciate the leadership that you all show. So thank you.
And I want to close on thanking all of you for your service. People like me get the benefit of people like you. And I appreciate every day that I have good roads to travel on. There's sewer systems. I can flush my toilet. Water comes out. There's amazing things that city government does that most times we don't think about as citizens. But every day I think, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. And I'm blessed because people like you choose to put up with what Scott was just talking about. And it's getting tougher and tougher, but if you can stay the course, we will have better communities. We will have and continue to have a great state. We live in a great place, and we can keep it great. It's not going to be easy, but we can do it. And I really want to thank you all for hanging in there and doing it, because it's not easy. On that note, I think we're ready to close. Cleanup, I think we'll handle, so I think everybody's kind of free to go, yeah?
The gist.
All right. Thank you so much.
Decorate your kitchen.